It is indeed a great pleasure, and it is with great emotion that I greet you back here. So we're going to talk about dystrophy and restoration, and more specifically, the mutation-specific strategies. This session will host two highly distinguished speakers, namely Professor Alessandra Ferlini and Professor Marika Pane. Professor Ferlini being a professor of genetics at the University Hospital of Ferrara in northern Italy. She's been working for a very long time in the field of muscular dystrophies, and she's indeed a point of reference for us all whenever it comes to genetics, diagnosis, and various clinical trials. As for Professor Marika Pane, well, she teaches pediatric neuropsychiatry at the Sacro Cuore Università Cattolica in Rome. She's been working with NMDs for a very long time, both as a clinician and a researcher, and she is also the head of a very famous pediatric center here in Rome. Indeed, another point of reference for many of our families. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and thanks for getting in touch with the company representatives to collect the data that you're going to deliver to us today. And by the way, I would also like to thank the company representatives who will take part in the Q&A session later. We have, then Jennifer Schoss. We have, well, actually, we have other people from Sarepta. And what about Maria Tommasi from Biomarine is coming up. And then we also have someone else being with us online, namely Mike Filling for Webline Sciences and Kelly Di Trapani for the Parity Biosciences, but they will participate a bit later. So they seem to be quite restless here. You know, the members of this session seem to be quite restless. Anyway, before giving the floor to Professor Ferlini, I'm going to tell you something about the disease, or actually about what we're going to talk about today. So let me show you the first slide about the flow of genetic information.
Mi potete mandare la diapositiva? Ok, ce l'abbiamo. Allora, come vedete in questa immagine, una schematizzazione molto.
So this is quite a simple pattern of this flow. On the left-hand side, you see this sort of a half sphere, which is a part of the nucleus, inside which we get the chromosomes, which host the genes. So, of course, information starts from the DNA that creates a copy that is the mRNA that is originally created as quite an immature molecule, but then it undergoes several changes and then reaches the stage of the so-called mature mRNA that then goes into the cytoplasm, where the typical translation apparatus comes into play, thereby forming the corresponding protein. Now, today we are going to talk about some specific strategies regarding a specific type of mutations at two different stages of this process. The first one is the so-called exon skipping, which
Scusatemi, e sono anche emozionata. E il primo
which acts during this splicing time, this maturation time that I have just mentioned, and then when the reading frame comes into play, whereby mRNA becomes a protein, basically. So these are the strategies that we're going to talk about regarding the so-called nonsense mutations. Such strategies are both mutation specific, therefore they only regard a certain kind of patient patients showing some specific types of mutations, and they are supposed to be dealt with through regular administrations. Regarding exon skipping, let me tell you that the messenger I talked about is made up of exons, so sorts of bricks, if you wish, that are to be found in the DNA, and between each one of them there are introns. As this messenger gets spliced, introns are cut off and exons are gathered together. Now, in the dystrophin gene, we get 79 exons, very many, of course, in other words. And as you can see here, well, this is obviously a simplified pattern of what reality is actually like, but it is like an exon came into the space between the previous one and the following one, and the mutations that we often come across in DMD patients lead to the deletion of one or more of these exons, so that whenever the deletion arises, the exons coming earlier and later cannot actually find the right way to get together. So on the right-hand side, you see, when everything is normal, the protein is produced. Otherwise, it is truncated and degraded into the cells. So these subjects lack the gene of dystrophin. Exon skipping allows for the restoration of this reading frame. So another exon, is skipped, and small molecules called antisense oligonucleotides are bound to specific regions of the DNA, thereby producing these exon skipping. Here we have exon 50 and exon 53 that can gather together by producing a protein that is smaller than the normal one, but still able to perform. There are many molecules now being developed within the framework of this strategy, and of course, they are being developed through different stages, so that now some of these molecules have already been approved of, but only in the US, unfortunately. However, researchers are working very hard in order to constantly improve such a strategy, so that today we have so-called new generation molecules that are more effective in reaching out to the target tissue, that is the muscular tissue for us, and that can therefore be used through less frequent administrations. Let me now talk about the other strategy, the one about nonsense mutations. Once again, we have our messenger that is read by the translation apparatus that runs through the messenger, thereby producing the protein. And once the reading is done, the protein is released. Now, nonsense mutations basically start switching off signal of the message at an earlier stage than the normal one. It's a so-called early signal, actually. So the system runs through the messenger, then the protein is released, and this protein is truncated that will be degraded. Now, ataluren is the drug that is used for this strategy. Within this strategy, it can recognize the stop codons along the messengers, thereby allowing the system to do without such codon stops and actually reach the end of the reading frame. So we are going to have a full-length protein here. This drug is also known as Translarna. This is its commercial name. The patients involved account for approximately 13% of all DMD patients, and this is the first drug that has been approved in Europe. That was the case a few years ago, by the way. So Professor Ferlini will now have the floor, but let me tell you that the Q&A session will take place at the end. You may use the microphone or use the WhatsApp number, which is 342-328-9199. So you may want to use this number to digit your questions. Please speak slowly to allow our interpreters to do their job. We wish to thank them once again. Interpreters thank the chairperson. And by the way, the WhatsApp number I have just mentioned can also be used by those who are with us through the streaming mode.
Bene, grazie Ilaria.
Thank you very much, Ilaria. Good morning, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here, and being here in presence is really great. So I'm going to start with my own slides. So let me tell you about the therapeutical approaches based on antisense oligonucleotides drugs based on the exon skipping mechanism that Ilaria has introduced to you. So in my presentation, I'm going to tell you about two kinds of molecules. First of all, the Sarepta Therapeutics molecules. Well, actually, Sarepta Therapeutics is indeed a pioneer in this field. And then I will talk about the Wave Life Sciences molecules. So let me start with the first ones. So the exon skipping regards exons 45, 51, and 53. This is my disclaimer. Well, Sarepta, the Sarepta people wanted me to show this to you because Sarepta drugs are not authorized in Italy or in Europe, but Elopearson, well, actually, not even for that one, because that was only approved in the U.S. So, exon skipping, well, that was quite a revolutionary approach, and it is a mutation-specific, actually mutation classes-specific approach, because with just one antisense, we can treat different mutational problems, so to speak. Actually, this slide shows you that if we consider all possible mutations due to deletions to be carried out within the framework of human trials, we'll see that there's a whole range of exons that can be considered as skippable, so to speak, but actually exon 45, 53, and 51 are the ones that altogether make the possible correction of DMD mutations possible. So, I mean, that's quite interesting. From a quantitative point of view. To be perfectly clear, I'd like to say that when we talk about exon skipping, we really want that the exons to be ruled out should not be, the site for deletions. So, I mean, this is a mechanism that it only regards those exons that are next to the deletions. Now, Sarepta pipeline is very interesting, and it regards antisense molecules to be used as drugs. Some of them are RNA-targeted therapies drugs at the Pearson in the U.S., as I said before. And then we also have, well, Pearson is for exon 51 skipping, 53 for Golodirsen, and 75 for Casimersen, but we're going a bit deeper into that. And then we have other ones, such as PPMO. Well, these are third-generation oligonucleotides. This is also in the clinical phase. And other target exons are now being considered for developing new drugs. So we are in a preclinical stage there. So eteplirsen, the best known molecule from Sarepta, it regards the 51 exon skipping approach. So we have here a very safe kind of drug. So safety is very good. Safety data are very good. No relevant adverse events. These drugs are also effective for allowing patients to ambulate, and we know that we have some 2.7 years more for kids treated as compared to non-treated patients. And the pulmonary function is also better here. We see that we have the best possible, the most possible effective drug among all those normally considered. So here data are much higher than the ones obtained in non-treated patients. And so that is all about the eteplirsen pharmacology. Actually, many studies have been carried out on over almost 600 patients. You see survival rate, and which is quite high. And in particular, if these kids have been treated with several doses of eteplirsen for at least 2 through 3 years, we get in pink the non-treated or treated for less than 2 years curve, and we have the other curve regarding those who have been treated even for 4 years that actually shows a remarkable increase in survival rates. So these are important data regarding, as I said, almost 600 DMD patients treated with eteplirsen. Now, golodirsen, another AON, so PMO, once again, this is about the 53 exon skipping. Results are still being, data for the results are still being completed because this is part of a much larger Sarepta study. Safety is very good. As for ambulatory functional data and pulmonary functional data too, well, preliminary data seem to be quite encouraging, just like it happened with eteplirsen. But let me stress once again that these data have not been published yet. Casimersen, another PMO antisense, the exon to be skipped is 45. Actually, 45 was the third exon to be skipped. Safety data are very good, actually optimal, ideal. No important adverse events, no toxicity at the level of the liver or the kidneys. And as for the functional outcome, well, we get some very interestingly positive data, although preliminary. This is a new compound. It's a third-generation antisense. Its name is PPMO, peptide phosphorodiamidate morpholino oligomers. Well, again, the bone is, if you wish, the backbone is very essential there, but it was conjugated with a peptide, quite a relevant one in clinical terms, since it increases the cell uptake, thereby allowing the antisense to go into the cell more easily. So this is the molecule that is thereby produced. The Momentum Sarepta trial is the relevant trial here. And we get some data from Sarepta about the characteristics of the patients enrolled. Well, this is a phase 2 and an open-label study, so it is a non-randomized study. And the dose finding is quite interesting here because different doses per kilo of antisense are used, up until 30 of them in DMD, of course, eligible patients. Again, the exon to be skipped is number 51. Primary endpoints are well known. The scales to be used are well known too. Well, those of you who are DMD children's parents already know that we often consider the presence of the dystrophin as the actual benchmark. It's the only pharmacodynamic biomarker that may restore the proteins. So muscular biopsies are basically of key relevance, and we know that. So Momentum is the name of this trial, still ongoing. And here are the preliminary data we've got from Sarepta. Once again, no real adverse events, but some hypomagnesemia in some of the children. But then the children recovered through, of course, the administration of magnesium. And the molecule is a novel one, as we have said. It's a third generation one, but safety data seem to be extremely promising here too. And this is something whereby I need to thank Sarepta for providing me with these slides, because here you see that the treated children cohorts show that the skipping is very good. And by the way, the monitoring was carried out through the droplet PCR. It's a quantitative technique, a very effective one. So here, as you can see, even the dystrophin production is very encouraging, up to 16% of exon skipping and more or less the same for the dystrophin rescue. So that's very interesting. Indeed, we know that AONs are great molecules in terms of safety, but as for efficacy, well, we might want them to be a bit better than that, but we're working at it. So these are other interesting data. Muscular biopsies from patients previously administered with the highest dose at week 12. You see the data obtained. This is the baseline, of course, no dystrophin, but then after treatment with the Momentum PPMO, the dystrophin seemed to have been widely restored. But let me stress at this stage that there's something else here, namely the whole muscle architecture seems to have been rebuilt in a way. I'm sure you can clearly see that if you compare, the pictures with those the baseline. So this is an ongoing trial, of course, and it is being carried out worldwide in these very days, which includes Europe, by the way. Now, as for the efficacy assessment method, well, that is once again the dystrophin restoration. So these are the three Sarepta trials, Essence, Mission, and Momentum. So one, of course, per drug. Actually, children have been recruited for the Essence. For the Mission, recruiting is being carried out, and the same goes for the Momentum one. And here you can read all the different patterns of the three trials, but I've basically shared them with you already. Let me say something about Mission, which is an ongoing trial. The first cohort has been completed with some preliminary results too. The second cohort is, however, much larger than that, 140 children. even more than that. And here, different doses of eteplirsen are being tested in the subjects. Hopefully, 144 is the number of the participants to be achieved. So this is the global study participation through active sites worldwide. Again, well, in Italy, we are now recruiting children for the mission trial. As for the momentum, once again, we have the enrolling stage. Right now, the children are getting the first doses. It's a dose-finding trial 2 with the PPMO. And here again, the global study participation. Among the active sites, we have Roma with Professor Mercuri at the Gemelli Hospital, where the trial is actually ongoing. So, again, thanks to the Sarepta people, let me summarize Italy's participation in such trials. So, as for Italy, you can see here the sites participating in red, eteplirsen, golodirsen, and casimersen, and that is basically the site in question is Rome. Then 4 sites, including Rome, are there for golodirsen and casimersen. As for SRP, that is the PPMO, there's only 1 site participating, which is in Turin. I will not go into that because tomorrow this will be coped with by the gene therapy speakers, so I won't go into that. Anyway, we have RNA therapy, gene therapy, and gene editing, but tomorrow you'll get to know more about this. Let me now say a few words about Wave Life Sciences, another company producing antisense drugs. This is for exon 53 skipping. So here is the trial. N531 is the name of the drug. Well, let me tell you something about chemistry. This is a 3rd-generation antisense. Let me, it's a PN once again. Actually, you know, the PN backbone was the old glisapersen. I mean, I believe that many of us will remember that drug, which unfortunately, for various reasons, was then taken off the market because of toxicity issues. But anyway, the two I mean, actually the PN chemistry was the one to take a leading role, but another molecule came to replace it, so that the negative load was taken off and a positive one was used through another kind of a molecule that is the reason why the toxicity of the molecule has definitely been reduced. Now, what is being done within this trial? This is the PN molecule tested in mice. So it came out as an effective and safe drug in MDX mice. And this is another mouse model which shows, for example, the rates of dystrophin restoration, gastrocnemius, within the gastrocnemius, the diaphragm, and the heart, with very interesting data, I might add. And this is a study on DMD patients, so humans, again, with 53 exon skipping with this drug, N531. It is an ascending dose trial, so within the same patients, doses are different, and they ascend on a regular basis. And this is an ongoing trial, so we have no data, no final data at least, but the company gives us some characteristics, of course, of the subjects at the baseline. Anyway, the PK profile is very good here, and therefore very good for producing AONs. Here you see that the exon skipping rate is quite high. As for muscular data, we still have no final data, as I have said, but it seems like the production of dystrophin and protein is not that relevant, although there seems to be some effect connected to the chemistry here. AONs and chemistry really go hand in hand, so there is a skipping effect that is more slowly released. It's called a depot in pharmacology. So maybe this dystrophin restoration may get higher as time goes by. So we'll have to check that, of course. This is very safe and very well tolerated. No remarkable, no severe adverse events, and no specific risks based on the antisense target organs. So this is this study's conclusion. Well, of course, the people from Wave Life Sciences wished, and I fully agree with them, to thank all the children and their families. Thank you very much.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, è veramente un piacere.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and to see so many of you after so long. It's great to be back together. And I will continue on in the same vein of Professor Ferlini. We'll speak about strategies, mutation-specific strategies. And what I'll be trying to show you now are 5 different molecules. And if you see them there, most of them are still being prepared. They're in a preclinical phase or in stage 1 or 2. And then we only have one phase 3 study, which I will get to later. But let's start with BioMarin. There's a very strong pipeline at present for BioMarin, and what they're trying to do now is to work on exoskipping, what Ilaria described before, and the way in which a shorter but still functional protein can be restored, working always on exon 51. Why are most companies focusing on exon 51 now? We will see in one of the subsequent slides that exon, it's the most frequent exon skipping in the population, our population, and therefore that explains why it's of greatest interest to the companies. And you remember trisapirsin in 2014. We learned a lot, also from the failed trials. And trisapirsin had been acquired in 2014. A whole series of studies were launched in vivo and in vitro. And we now know that there's a new molecule that is ready. And there will be the possibility to administer it intravenously. And we hope this new molecule, BMN 351, will be available and will be able to at least enter a phase 1 study in our preclinical trials. Basically, the aim was to identify a new site and create a new modification with a molecule that would be a little bit more stable, would have more affinity with our messenger RNA, and in this way, have a less immune stimulation and more enzymatic stability. And we hope that that will be the outcome. We hope that that is what we will be seeing in our clinical trials. Then we have avidity, another target, skeletal muscle and the heart. And here the work is not only on the muscle, but on the heart muscle as well, and therefore the link to dystrophin and messenger RNA. The aim is to lead to increased dystrophin protein, which obviously is our main objective. And this is what happens in vitro. Professor Ferlini showed you some slides before. Here we see mice muscle, one with Duchenne's disease, with no dystrophin whatsoever. And you see that after 30 milligrams per kilo of treatment, not only is there the presence of dystrophin, but as Professor Ferlini described, the cells are more structured, more formed. And you can see that in the muscle and the diaphragm and the heart and the cuff, you can see that in the cases that have been treated with a single injection, 30 milligrams per kilo, you see a very visible difference compared to the untreated mice in this case. So the idea of this company is to continue with the clinical trial for exon skipping exon 44, phase 1 and 2. They're seeking 40 healthy volunteers and 24 DMD with age from 7 to 27, some ambulatory, some non-ambulatory. They will be randomized, placebo and treatment. Muscle biopsies are necessary in these trials. As we've said very often, muscle biopsies help us understand whether the drug is effective or not. And then what is very good, and many of you know that at a certain stage, the trial enters an open level, and therefore all patients, whether they were originally in the placebo or treatment arm, will be able to enter the open label. So the primary endpoint is to study tolerability. This is typical for all phase 1 studies. But then the idea is to look at dystrophin production, to look at muscle strength, muscle function, and also use clinical reporting, quality of life reporting, patient's response, and to be able, on that basis, evaluate participation in the trial and the trial itself. So this is what the study will look like. It's designed, starting with Part A, with healthy volunteers, who will have a dose escalation increasing over time, and then Part B is with participants with Duchenne, and here again there will be dose escalation, and then the study, extension study, with all participants receiving the drug. And here's another treatment, PepGene. PepGene, it's new generation as well, and oligonucleotides. At first it was thought that they could not distribute on the muscle and therefore enter the nucleus of the cells sufficiently. And that's why this company thought that it might be worthwhile to create a new platform, a new type of oligonucleotide, and it's called EDO. They're PMOs, Enhanced Delivery Oligonucleotides, is what EDO stands for. And the purpose is to combine these with patented peptides, and the aim is to improve release within the cell. And what is important in this new generation of drugs is they seem to be able not only reach the skeletal muscle, but also the heart itself, and that would be an additional advantage, obviously, for all of the patients. And here you see the pipeline of this company, and the idea in phase 1, they have exon skipping 51 alone, but preclinically they want to go and study other types, 53, 45, and 44, these different exons. The clinical data of these first studies on exon 51 are shown here. There always will be dose escalation, 8 patients with 1 milligram, another 8 with 5, and so on. Always, of course, with placebo control. And the idea was to study the tolerability, and it has been well tolerated in this phase, and then to evaluate pharmacokinetics, and high levels of oligonucleotides were reported in the treated arm. And also the target, the primary endpoint, was a high level of exon 51 skipping observed in the treated group. They were treated with a single dose. And here, if you look at the biceps, after 28 days of treatment with 10 milligrams per kilo or 50 milligrams in different arms, you see the level of skipping that is observed in the biceps muscle. And here again, safety was shown to be very good. No discontinuation of treatment, no serious adverse events. And cystatin C, often linked to renal function, may be an issue, but in this case, there were no reports of any changes at that level either. In the pipeline, the idea is to continue in 2023 and 2024, start with a phase 2A study using the same molecule. And the aim is to continue and to try to understand even better if this new generation of antisense molecules can be beneficial. And here they have exon 51 in the study, but they also want to begin with exon 53, 45, 44, because in their preclinical studies, they have found a high level of exon skipping of 53 as well as 45 and 44. And here, I'd like to show you the dose. And you see the increase of exon skipping in the treated group. And here also, in the case of exon 44, you see with 20 milligrams what a strong increase there is in the level of exon skipping. So the results seem to be very promising for the time being. Let's now move on to DYNE. It's a platform called FORCE. And this FORCE platform had some problems entering both the skeletal muscles and the heart muscle at the beginning. And that's why this company decided to create a platform, which is called FORCE-TM. They made use of a fragment, an antigen, that links to receptor 1 of transferrin. And thanks to that, exoskipping can be increased with improved delivery of the PMO, and good results are achieved because entering inside, it can create a shorter protein, of course, but a functioning protein. And that, of course, is the objective. So truncated but functioning protein is what they are seeking to achieve. DYNE is interested in exon 51 skipping, first of all, but the indications for DYNE and improvements at the level of the muscle and cardiac muscle, including the diaphragm, are observed, and this new platform seems to allow for increased time between doses too. Increased time between the administration of the different doses. And here we have the population that DYNE is attempting to recruit, ages 4 to 16, 46 participants, both ambulant and non-ambulant, of course, looking at the age. Primary endpoint, safety and tolerability, but also the changes from baseline in dystrophin protein levels as observed by Western blot at the muscle level. Pharmacokinetics will also be assessed, and also change from baseline of the exo 51 skipping levels, muscle tissue, and muscle function, including the clinical assessment of our patients through the functional scales such as North Star and all the others that you know very well, as well as the timed functional tests, which we usually perform with our children. There will be different doses, 24 weeks with a multiple ascending dose, then 24 weeks in the open label extension, and that will mean that all those who participate will be receiving the drug, and then a long-term extension, 96 weeks, and that will be the chance to continue to follow up on all of the participants. So first the screening, then the multiple ascending doses, as you can see here, every 4 weeks for a period of 24 weeks. And of course, here there is the other two arms, treatment and placebo, then open label, every 4 weeks for 24 weeks. Long-term continuation of the study will be every 4 weeks for a total of 96 weeks. That is the design of this clinical trial of DYNE. Translarna, you heard it mentioned before by Ilaria, and she described very well what its mechanism of action is. Non-stop mutations, nonsense mutations on stops. When we started here in the trial, my first patient was Simone. So while the timing may not be right, I would like to say how much Simon has meant to me and to all of us, and a big hug to his mother. And this was the study, 40 milligrams per kilo per day. And here you see the final outcome. You see the group, the two different colors representing the treated or the placebo group. And you see the evolution. And as these are degenerative diseases, so even a slower degeneration is for us a victory. It's a big step forward. And this treatment was approved, as you saw. Translarna has slows the loss of walking ability compared to the placebo group, and we see this even better in those patients who do the 300, 400 meters, because that's the age, that's the distance bracket that is considered in clinical trials, that is considered most closely, not looking so much from the point of view of they're doing better or worse, but because that is an important point of reference for any comparisons that can be made with the natural history of the disease, the natural progression. And I think that the very important parts for Translarna are actually here, are shown here from the respiratory results. And you see here the data for the natural progression. We know that there is a loss of respiratory function already at age 12.5. And here you see the treated group with Translarna, deterioration, respiratory distribution begins a whole year later, 16.5. So it's as if we were gaining 4 years of respiratory activity, 4 years of breathing well. And of course, breathing is linked to heart function and so on. So I consider these to be very, very positive results. And finally, NS Pharma. NS Pharma, we have Vilto Larsen, 53 skipping. And it will increase dystrophin production in skeletal muscles. And there's a trial, confirmatory trial, RACER 53. And we know that this drug was approved after a phase 2 and phase 3 study involving 16 children from 4 to 10 years of age, and there was improvement in muscle function, stabilization, and even improvements with respect to the natural progression of disease with good safety levels too. And so here we see the patients, both ambulatory and non-ambulatory, and we're also doing this study ourselves. Recruitment has been concluded, and we have received the authorization for compassionate use for this treatment, so our patients can continue to receive this drug. NS Pharma has the intention of continuing with the development of this pipeline, looking at other exons, 44, 50. There's a preclinical study for 45 and 51 and 55. So the aim is to cover some 40% of all of the different Duchenne muscular dystrophies. And they also are working in partnership with Capricorn, as you heard before. And there's a 3-phase trial for non-ambulant patients. And here again, we have a summary of the companies. You see the recruitment. We will be starting as well very soon. And NS Pharma, you see, has the Racer, which is continuing. We have it at our center too, and then Traslan, which has been approved. So that was an overview, and I always like to conclude with a slide that looks like this. These developments are very exciting. We see less deterioration. We're very much in favor of new treatments, but it's important to remember that we have to follow up our patients in a serial approach and a multidisciplinary approach, because drugs alone are not enough. Thank you.
Grazie mille entrambe, anche per essere state perfettamente nei tempi. Non era
Thank you very much. Thanks also for keeping the time schedule. Any questions from the floor? Don't be shy.
E sicuramente è già arrivata, abbiamo visto una domanda su WhatsApp. Intanto
I saw a question on WhatsApp. Let's start with that one.
Allora, la prima domanda.
All right, first question from WhatsApp. Besides cell captation, the capacity of the drug to actually reach the target cells, what other factors have been identified? And what are the limiting factors of the drug efficacy? The aim of this question is to understand whether partial but significant efficacy that is observed in these therapeutic strategies can be implemented based on an understanding of the limitations of the molecules. And of course, this is a question that is addressed to all of the different strategies of exon skipping. So all of our guests and panelists can answer. Perhaps those who have the modified molecules. Would you like to start? Let me try. We had to rework a molecule completely. It was said before, we had a molecule, disaperson, and it was a negative story because of the issues that it had, the toxicity. But we know that from 2014 till today, we reworked the molecule from a chemical point of view. And we heard the professor say how important the chemistry is. So yes, my answer is it is essential to work on the chemistry and to find more and more affinity for the DNA. Besides penetration, you also have the way in which they link to the areas that they're targeted to. And then you also run the risk of increasing the immunogenicity or accumulation linked to glomerular issues in the kidney, liver toxicity. There are many different aspects. And it's very important, therefore, that working on exon skipping treatment, that the binding be extremely specific.
Kelly e Mike, non so se loro volevano intervenire.
I don't know if we have any other question here, or would you like to add to this answer?
Oppure anche qualcuno di voi se vuole aggiungere qualcosa.
Would you like to continue to respond to this question?
Se non c'ho io ne ho un'altra che è arrivata.
If there are no additional comments, I have another question. But would any other speakers like to address the question that was asked previously?
Come no?
No, sì, cioè è vero.
Yes, well, it happens in pharmacology. You just have an innovative molecule like antisense. They were revolutionary. And then you work for the second, third, fourth, or fifth generation, and that's the way things go. We've seen it with antibiotics, we've seen it with chemotherapeutics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and it's a matter of chemical modifications. And our aim is to understand how we can make the molecule as effective as possible and as little toxic as possible. So antisense molecules are very attractive because their safety profile is very, very good. So here we have to try to boost their efficacy, so improve targeting, improve access to cells, while maintaining a very high safety profile. I would add that the big limitation of this treatment is that of the frequency of treatment that is needed. So to have a need for less frequent treatment would be very important. We've seen it with some of Sarepta's molecules, also Dyne's, and you saw the long-term impact over 28 days. So that would allow for longer intervals in treatment, and that would already be a very important step forward for this treatment.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for those comments. I don't have much more to add. I think just if we go back to the chemistry, the sequences, even with the unconjugated PMOs that you've heard about, the Viltepso, Golodirsen, Eteplirsen, even those chemistries, those sequences, though they're all PMOs, they have different efficiencies. And then, as you've heard now, there's next generation exon skipping drugs, and where there's so many different ways to improve the efficiency, the efficacy, through continuing to work on the chemistry, the biochemistry, having more efficient sequences for exon skipping. So there's a lot of work going on in these companies and academic labs to improve those, the efficiency of the different sequences of the exon skipping PMOs or the the PNs or PSOs, which is going to help in many ways. And then the other part that Dr. Ferlini tagged onto was the delivery. The delivery is absolutely key. So you have a number of different companies trying to advance different technologies to improve delivery, whether it's Sarepta Peptin using peptide technology, or Avidity, Dyne using antibodies to be able to really drive the PMO into the muscle cells with the on-target effects that you would want in the skeletal muscle, including diaphragm, the cardiac muscle, with limited off-target effects. So trying to spare the kidney, the liver, the spleen, filtering organs, and other tissue. So I think we're all trying to sort of get to that same goal with second, third, fourth generation exon skipping technologies. And so it's exciting to see a lot of these in the clinic, and hopefully many of them make it past the clinic into the past regulatory bodies and reimbursement authorities.
Siamo anche contenti di vedere l'arrivo.
We're really happy also to see that a skipping of exon 44 might be approaching, and that would be an important step forward. That's being done with Avidity.
Fare un commento. Kelly.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I have a little delay, I think. Yes, we are working on an antibody and PMO conjugate targeting for patients who have exon 44 amenable Duchenne. We have started the study in the healthy volunteer portion at this point, and we are actively enrolling those patients and are moving forward and hope to be moving into our phase 2 portion this year. And then when we have a phase 3 study in the future, assuming everything goes the way it should, we hope, we will be launching that study globally. So very happy to be hopefully bringing something forward for this particular patient population.
E speriamo anche in Italia.
We hope in Italy too.
Yes.
E Gloria, un'altra domanda.
Gloria, I've got another question. On our WhatsApp number, and I invite you also all here in the hall to ask your questions. Don't be shy. The question we have is, I'd like to know whether these studies and these strategies on exon 51 would also count for the deletions of exon 16 and 21, or are they very different things, where these treatments are of no use? This mother is asking us this question.
Sì, allora,
Well, this is, here you have to understand exo-skipping. You have to, it takes a little mental exercise. And I like this question because it gives me the chance to come back to this point. And as a geneticist, it's a question for me, I think. Exon skipping can never be deleted. Now, how can this be done? How can this address a certain type of mutation? This will depend on what the adjacent exons are like. I don't know them all off by heart because there are different mutations that can be skipped, 51, 43, for whatever. It could be that there is a class that would involve exon 20, but that would be close to exon 51 and could be corrected by the exon 51. It has to be studied, and that is the whole issue with personalized medicine. You have to study the specific mutation and test it from the point of view of its skippability. But we have different exons, 44, many others, and many different mutations due to deletions could be treated with an exon skipping approach. Well, thank you for the part of the parent who asked this question. Would you like to read some other questions? This is a question that is addressed to all of our speakers. We were saying before that it's very difficult for families to participate in the trials. Often they have to travel a lot because the centers are nowhere near home. Can home dosing be imagined in the trials? Is that a possibility?
Hi, so thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for organizing this conference. It's great to see everybody in person and to be here and be able to share, so thank you. As far as the clinical trials themselves, we do appreciate the comment about home dosing, and that is generally something that's thought about when developing our protocols and developing our trials. I think the most important thing first is to think about safety. And then once that's shown to be safe and in the interest of the investigator, then we have rules within the separate trials as to when to start home dosing for the different programs.
Ok, non so se qualcun altro...
Can you hear me? Yep. That's a great question. So I think the only thing I would add is that especially for those early phase studies, those phase 1-2 studies that are focused on safety and tolerability, we really want to be mindful of safety first. And so because it's for dying, the first time we are introducing our drug, DYNE-251, into individuals with Duchenne that have a 51 skipping mutation, we really want to make sure they're taken care of in the clinic. It is monthly dosing. We understand, no matter what, it is still a big burden to the families because they still have to travel and often take off of work, take off of school, have one, maybe two people with them, with their child. So we recognize it's a big burden. And so what we've also, put in place is a robust patient assistance program for the families who participate in our trial, so that we can try to minimize the burden as much as possible. And when we constructed our program, we got input from the global Duchenne community, patient advocacy leaders. We had advisory boards with families, and so we've really tried to be mindful of where we can reduce the burden, what costs we can take on instead of the families that's appropriate, how we can help them travel to the sites and back. So we're trying to do everything we can, but we always want to hear more about what would help in terms of participating in trials. That is really important to us and all of the sponsors, I'm sure.
Hello. everyone. My name is Jennifer, and I'm from PepGen. So we have a healthy volunteer study, and now we're moving into a trial in exon 51 in people with Duchenne by the end of this year. I would really mimic a lot of what is being said. So the first time you're going into the patient population, the priority has to be safety. So our molecule is also administered IV and planned to be every 4 weeks. But once that's established, definitely being able to explore how else we can make things a little bit easier for families. And we've spoken with patient organizations and with families themselves. And we also want to make sure that we include sites in Italy that are spaced out throughout the country so that people can travel and don't have to travel as much. So we take into account the geographic distribution as well as trying to support whether people might need to stay at a hotel earlier or after, or whether we can do anything to try to make the stay easier, because we of course recognize that going to a study visit and having a new drug administered is something that's very burdensome to patients and families.
Grazie Jennifer. Credo che abbiamo un'altra domanda.
I think you have another question, yes? A question for all. As a father is asking whether we can think of an alternative to muscle biopsy to determine the presence of the protein. Who would like to take that question?
Diciamo che il dosaggio purtroppo della distrofia.
Unfortunately, dosing dystrophin, studying dystrophin in this type of study really is essential. It's the baseline, and we don't have any other techniques available that would be less invasive. We do have resonance. We use it in clinical studies. It can be useful for some things, but it doesn't help us quantify the dystrophin in the muscle. It will help us understand what the level of fibrotic or adipose infiltration is, replacement is, but we can use it in the follow-up of some trials. But if we want to quantify the dystrophin, that's the only technique we have available. But I do understand that for a family, for any person with Duchenne, having 2 or 3 biopsies after the diagnostic one they had at the beginning, it can become very burdensome.
Maybe I'll just add, I think there's been a lot of work to try and identify other biomarkers. And to Dr. Pani's point, right now there's nothing better, unfortunately, than taking a muscle biopsy to evaluate dystrophin. And that muscle biopsy also gives you much more information that's also relevant to understand how the treatment is doing. So one can look at the % positive dystrophin fibers. One can look at kind of how the machinery, the cellular machinery, the architecture is reassembling through looking at something called DAPC. So the biopsies actually give you a lot of information to understand the treatment effect. There's also been a lot of work over many years with muscle MRIs, so trying to look at something that's non-invasive, like muscle MRIs. And there's been amazing work done, well over the last 10 years, to be able to look at correlating muscle MRI with function, like PUL 2.0 or NSAA or 6-minute walk test. And so that data is out there, and regulators are looking at that data as well, because many of us want to move away from these invasive procedures for biomarkers. And then even sort of further back, sort of in development in terms of biomarkers, there are groups looking at biomarkers, urine biomarkers or blood biomarkers. So there's constant work going on to be able to identify biomarkers that are not invasive, but to Dr. Pani's point right now, dystrophin is the standard.
Abbiamo un'altra domanda.
Do you have another question? I'd like to clarify some of the points. Many of the problems that we hear relating to the burden of infusions or the biopsy, the burden, it's linked to the clinical trial, because once the drugs, fortunately, are approved, regulated, registered, that aspect tends to decrease very much. And home infusion can be possible, or biopsies are only done from very special times for the diagnosis, or the drug isn't working anymore, so the attempt is made to understand what's happening. So let's remember that taking part in a clinical trial is important, and it does entail a very substantial burden, but this is essential in these rare diseases. It gives us the chance to prove something and move forward.
Un'altra domanda. Esiste un trial clinico?
Is there a clinical trial for exons 1 and 2? And then the question, next question that we have is on gene therapy, but we'll keep it for tomorrow. So is there a trial which involve exons 1 and 2?
La genetica.
Vado sempre io. È genetica, doce.
Here, this is the genetics expert coming in again. Exon 1, no, that's a complicated exon of dystrophin, because it's the first exon that participates in the triggering of the transcription message, so I don't see that happening easily. Exon 2, yes, there are some therapeutic approaches. There's one underway now in the United States, coordinated by Kevin Flanagan. And then we also have a telethon project in Italy, which is dedicated to these mutations, which are duplications of exon 2 and are very frequent. Perhaps even the most frequent duplication. It's a different mutation event. It's a duplication. It's a mechanism that is, and there can be an approach that can skip the excess exon levels, and in this way try to restore optimal dystrophin. So exon 2, yes, not at a therapeutic level yet, at least not in Europe, but it is already in a stage of clinical trials. Would Stefano Previtari like to add anything on exon 2? He's the boss here.
Ha salutato solo.
He's just said hello, but hasn't wanted to add anything.
Grazie per la domanda. Sì.
Well, thank you for the question. So what we're trying to do is to understand whether the duplication of exon 2 can give origin to more quote-unquote benign forms, and therefore prepare the field for this cohort of patients at a time in which skipping exon 2 were to become available also in Europe, and to propose it to the right patients. And if we can understand what the mechanism is, whereby some patients have a much less severe form, that could be also a way of identifying a new therapeutic target to be applied. Let's hope we can continue with this study and come to some data on this point.
Intanto magari faccio io.
I have another question. In Duchenne pathologies, working on rare pathologies, and the subpopulations of patients with potentially skippable mutations are still very small, and so we're talking about very rare cases. Now, those companies that have already carried out studies and therefore have data already, and perhaps this question can be addressed to Mike, who hasn't had the chance to answer yet, but there was a study 2 or 3 years ago that perhaps wasn't continued, but on the basis of that, can you imagine sharing the data on the placebo so that then it would be possible to come to the target, to the objective
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm Mike Tillinger. I'm from WAVE. We do have a patient advocate representative, Shelley, at your conference. Unfortunately, I could not join you. I think it's a very interesting perspective. I think data is typically shared either through clinicaltrial.gov or through publication and placebo patients. And there is some data, a natural history that is also being collected. I hope that answers your question.
Grazie. E non so se qualcun altro vuole aggiungere.
Would anyone else like to add something on this particular aspect? And I know it's very important to families. Also, the placebo issue is very important to families.
Ilaria, volevo aggiungere che
I'd like to add that there is an attempt to address this. We have Susan, if we've heard correctly, who's been trying to collect the placebos of the studies, of both the successful and the unsuccessful ones. And this has been important for two reasons. It's made it possible to correlate the placebo with the natural history studies. If the prospect is that of going towards studies that make less and less use of placebos, or for shorter periods, or for smaller groups, then an alternative would be to have an external comparator that would come from the natural history. But the natural history does not appear to be usable, we're told, because of the placebo effect. Now, a study that was carried out, and Natalie Germans also took part in the study, we've shown that the natural history and placebo were not different when they were well correlated. So that was an important step that I think in prospect will open up the possibility of reducing the placebo, or at least the number of cases in which placebo is used. And this was used as a comparator for other studies that did not have a placebo, and is shown, especially in the long term, when you can't imagine them lasting more than 3 or 4 years, these natural history studies and the placebo studies have proven the efficacy of the certain drugs. So yes, we are moving in that direction, and there has been a lot of collaboration.
Grazie. Altra domanda?
We have a few more minutes, so another question. It's not clear whether exon skipping can be used for the plantiform nonsense mutations, for the point mutations.
Dottoressa Pane, una piccola spiegazione.
A little explanation, perhaps, would be useful. Yes, I'm trying to understand. Nonsense, so point form nonsense. Well, nonsense, primary nonsense, had their drug, a tested drug, Translana, and exoskipping. There was some talk of applying exoskipping, trying to skip the exon that contains the nonsense, but there have to be certain conditions, and there must be a correct reading frame, as Ilaria was showing. Remember that diagram with the arrows? They have to remain well interlocked. I don't see it easily with a nonsense. I think already you have a dedicated drug, and that's a good approach. Perhaps you'd like to add to that, or?
Yes. Elena.
Sì.
Perché magari a volte ha scritto.
Sometimes it's hard to write down. Perhaps you could ask a question again. It's curiosity. My son does take Translana, and we were lucky in that respect. But at the same level of efficacy, I was wondering if in the future there could be some advantage with this approach compared to Translana. There isn't any way to compare the two approaches yet. But I was just curious to know whether skipping the exon involved would would be useful. So the two adjacent ones are important. Otherwise, it could be more damaging than anything else. And here's another question on Translarna and the new drugs that hopefully will be marketed. Is there a chance of a combined treatment, Translarna and other different types of treatment, Givinostat, for instance, or others? No, some studies would have to be carried out to understand whether combining two drugs would have an impact. First, the safety has to be assessed, and then the efficacy. So I think we have to think of safety first. But as Paolo Betti was saying, let's wait for their file to go forward. Let's wait for the drug to come to market, and then we can see what can be done. We can think of add-on studies. And this is something that can be done in the future, but we have to wait for a while longer.
On the WhatsApp?
Sì, sempre dalla stessa persona.
Another question was first asked about exons 1 and 2. The question is there a trial for 817?
No, per adesso no. Purtroppo mi spiace dover dire di no.
I would say no. These are very rare deletions. We have almost a table that we use to assess the eligibility of the different deletions. Now, if the antisense do enter a bigger market, then there are also many others that would be eligible, and many other of these deletions that would be eligible for skipping.
Io vorrei fare un'altra domanda, un po' sempre rivolta a tutti.
I have another question addressed to all. As an association, we had very positive experience with support to the trial with Givinostat. I'd like to hear your opinion. Do you think it could be included in your clinical studies? Well, I have experience in another therapeutic network. We've done so. We've seen benefit because the disease can change. We call these transforming diseases, and the objective of exon skipping is to mitigate, not to cure. And that's what we're talking about. So if something becomes less severe, if the disease becomes less severe, then you can stabilize the situation. And that is would already be a very important objective. So by stabilizing, by maintaining the disease, you will have to work with the patients, with the families to help them enter this new world where people have the disease, but they can live with it chronically, live for a lot longer than ever before. And many live many years. So it's very important. I think that in all rare diseases, psychologists have a role to play. Also, because of the shared decision-making aspect, when you work with the patient, you propose a treatment, you need to have the patient being aware of all of the information, the parents, of course, but also the patients must be taking a decision. So I would say yes, that is another fundamental aspect.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point. We've heard from the community to have this kind of support in our clinical trials. And I think what we've discovered is the ability to do that differs from country to country. But we in our phase 1/2 study, we'll have we'll have several sites in Italy in the coming months. And so if there's an opportunity to somehow partner with the sites and the investigators like Dr. Bane, then we would want to do that for sure. So each site, each country has sort of different regulations around that, but it's definitely something that we'd like to implement as well.
Rachel?
And I think I think it's something to stress is the importance of sharing what the community feels through community advisory boards and through communication, so that these things can be integrated into trials as well. And it's certainly collaborative, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. So I think it's important to note.
So I know we're almost done. I have a question for Dr. Fellini and Dr. Pane. I have a question for both of you. Yeah. So as you hear about all of these different modalities, right? And so there's a number of exon skipping modalities and products in development and on the market, and at least in the U.S. And then some of the other approaches as well, like from Edgewise or other companies, Givinostat. What are your thoughts on how treatment will evolve in terms of combination therapy? There's 2 microphones, that's great.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Ash. In italiano devo dirlo. Questa è una domanda da...
Well, that's a $1 million question. I think that the history of pharmacology is very important, and it tells us that we've often started with one drug and then we evolved towards therapeutic combinations. And there's so many examples. There's no way I could possibly mention them all, but from anti-inflammatories to cancer treatment. So why not? It could very well be that in the future, sometime, we will have the chance to think of combined treatment, and it could reflect personalized medicine even better, even more, because it can be extremely customized. There can be a mutation class that can be approached with different treatments, antisense drugs, or gene replacement, gene treatment, as well as antifibrotic or cell regeneration approaches. I actually think that it would be very likely, but I'm not saying it just out of my own head. It's the history of pharmacology that tells us that. Well, we also work hard because in spinal atrophy, for instance, 3 drugs have been commercialized, and now we're working on the add-on approach. So antisense myostatin inhibitors, splicing. So it's another disease that is a muscle disease. We know that it is feasible and doable. So we're a little bit further behind, I would say, compared to spinal atrophy, muscular atrophy. But I think it'll happen in the next few years. Well, thank you all for this extremely interesting discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
E mentre loro si accomodano, e chiamo qui a parlare.
Dr. Isabella Moroni will now come up front. She works in the Child Neuropsychiatric event at the Carlo Pet Clinic in Milan. She works on metabolic and muscular diseases, and she's going to present a European project on Grow DMD. And I'll now give her the floor.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti e grazie per l'opportunità di parlarvi di questo sulla transizione Duchenne, che nasce, ovviamente sono qui portavoce degli altri partner che sono.
Thank you very much. I wish to thank you all, and I would also like to thank the other partners of this study from Germany and Canada. The project comes from a European funding project about European research projects on rare diseases, and in particular this research regarded all those activities having to do with public policy issues, thereby improving the relevant subjects' quality of life. So, well, transition seems to us to be particularly relevant. It's a very dear topic to us all, to us dealing with rare diseases, and it may sound useless, but let me tell you what we mean by transition here. We do not mean, the mere transfer of a patient from a given setting to another. That is, not the point. Actually, by this word, as Bloom's definition goes, we mean the adolescent's awareness of the need for moving from a pediatric approach to an adolescent one. It is therefore incumbent patients should be aware of their own role. And because DMD has different aspects that are very familiar to you all and that you can find summarized in the figure here, well, actually, since this is a passage for DMD patients that is very complex and multifaceted, we thought this could be the ideal condition for us to work on. Now, the participants come from 3 different centers, one from Germany, Freiburg University, another one from Canada, a university from Ontario, and then the Besta Institute from Italy. Each one of these centers has a partner, namely the family associations, and of course Parent Project is the one that cooperates with us here in Italy. Now, the rationale, well, we all know, what the best guidelines could be for such, effective transition to take place. However, we know about the organizational and administrative problems whereby this is often not the case. Hence, the relevance of evaluating the experience of other countries where national health systems are different, precisely in order to know more about the local approaches, possibly to be actually replicated in the single country in question. So, the goals are here enlisted. We really wanted to go through the patients and their families' experience, which also, by the way, includes their caregivers. We also wanted to better understand the interaction of the different factors involved, and to conclude, we want to provide all stakeholders with some relevant indications in order to make these patients' management better and more effective. Well, at all stages, patients' associations are involved in an active way. As it goes with all projects, we have 3 different work packages, so to speak. So the first one is for us to be in charge of, and it consists in having some half-structured interviews precisely highlighting the transition experiences of the patients and their families at the different stages of their lives. So 20 patients are interviewed, age ranging from 15 to 25 years, and relevant family members per each one of the 3 centers involved. And then a quantity survey is to be carried out, mainly through a certain number of standardized questionnaires that regard, of course, the main transition-related problems. And for that, the number of patients per center will be increased to 50. And then there will be a systematic review of the relevant literature. Now, work package number 2, and it is the German center in charge here, consists in some semi-structured interviews, this time for doctors, neurologists, neuropsychiatrists who deal with NMDs, but also, physical therapists, social workers, and so on and so forth. And in this case, the number of people to be interviewed is supposed to be at least 10 per center. And then the work package ends with the literature revision, or review rather, again regarding transition. And then work package number 3 is about sort of a recap of all the knowledge acquired. Also, the knowledge acquired through studies carried out by other researchers. The Canadian group is in charge here, namely by creating a focus group with different participants, both patients and their families, on the main problems that have emerged. So, patients are to be involved, as I have said, in the semi-structured interviews to be carried out in present or online. And as for the questionnaires, they will only be online, also, for because it's going to be much easier. And then, of course, also the family members are to be involved in such a semi-structured interviews that will focus on some topics, quite wide-ranging ones, daily activities, mobility, autonomy, social relationships, environmental issues, or even the information, the knowledge one has about such a transition process. And at the end of such interviews and questionnaire replies, there will be a sort of recap, say, within the month of May. And of course, regarding the technical stuff, doctors, psychologists, and formal caregivers, they will also be involved. And here, the Parent Project Association, and Gloria Antonini more specifically, has a key role to play. She has really been with us, even in drafting the rules, behind the different strategies. In this slide, you see our group meeting in Freiburg last October, and then the homepage of the website. It is quite a recent one, so it only contains some information. Of course, more information is still to come, and you can even use this website to ask questions or suggest possible cooperation schedules. Thank you. Or patterns. Thank you.
Grazie alla dottoressa.
Thank you, Dr. Isabella Moroni. Before our coffee break, I'd like to remind you that from 4 till 6, there will be, in the other room, there will be the laboratory of pet therapy. and 8 wonderful dogs are coming in. No, 3 wonderful dogs are coming in now with their handlers here. Here they come.
Grazie a tutti e ci vediamo.
Thank you, and see you back after the break. See you back here after the coffee break.
Dov'è il mio campanellino? Non c'è più. Perché non si... Posso avere il microfono? Se vi accomodate... Carlo! Non mi vedono. Posso? Stiamo per ricominciare. Cortesemente, se dalle porte ci aiutate a far entrare le persone in sala e se le persone in sala si accomodano, possiamo ricominciare. Siamo stati bravissimi, siamo nei tempi, non possiamo permetterci di andare fuori.
So let's try and take our seats, please. And if you don't take your seat, you will not have dinner.
Grazie, grazie, grazie. Sta per cominciare una nuova tavola rotonda. Chiedo la cortesia a tutte le persone che sono fuori vicino alle porte.
So please, if you're standing outside and are listening to what I'm saying, please try and make all the people outside to get into the room. And all speakers are kindly requested to speak slowly so as to allow our interpreters to work, because whenever somebody speaks very fast, well, this makes interpreters work particularly harder. So, thank you very much, interpreters. Thank the speaker, of course.
Niente, stanno tutti al caffè. Ok. Qua ci sono i fari, mi sa che funzionano per ora. Poi suderemo. Me l'ha detto Tiziana. Sei sudata, ho detto beh, mi fa maglietta rossa. No? Ce l'ha, io mi sono riempita un bicchiere. Buon pomeriggio a tutti, siamo arrivati a questo momento.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, This roundtable is going to deal with the topic of rehabilitation from childhood to the adult age. We decided we should have a roundtable focusing this issue because it deals with what children and their families have to cope with starting from the time of the diagnosis and then all through the disease process. So in order to deal with such rehabilitation approaches, we have asked some experts to come as the members of this roundtable, which, by the way, also includes some parents. So let me now give the floor to Anna-Lia Frongia. She is a pediatric neuropsychiatrist in Rome, and she also works for the UILDM Foundation in Rome. She's going to talk to us about rehabilitation management. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm going to try and briefly lead you through the rehabilitation management of DMD patients and more in general, all those affected by such diseases. Actually, our foundation basically makes it possible for all such subjects to be the recipient of rehabilitation settings or strategies, both at home and on a day hospital basis. Now, we know that this kind of condition is quite a complex one. We know that disability is usually increasing in these subjects, and therefore three are the main concepts to be borne in mind. The disease is a chronic one, but it is also a dynamic one. Number two, therefore it is of a developmental nature. Therefore, the whole subject, other stakeholders relationship may be fully transformed. And then number three, the complexity of the emerging disability that calls upon an all-embracing approach, and one that is very well structured. Now, within our center, our management approach has two different stages. So first of all, there's a sort of a help desk where patients may have access to via email or by phone, or simply coming there in present, and then the drafting of a waiting list based on the different access priorities. Now, this entails the drafting of different scores. So, before having access to the treatment, we still need the authorization of the local health unit to allow the subjects to undergo the different treatments, whether at home or on a day hospital basis. And so the patient is to be examined, and then there must be a multidisciplinary approach, because we really want all the different professional stakeholders to act together. So we have, of course, an NMD expert and also physical therapists, plus a social worker, because there may be some socioeconomic issues that the family may have to bear with. Therefore, the social worker is there to help them through all this. Then, within the framework of the team, we try to come up with an actual rehabilitation project that, of course, arises from what has derived from the patient's examination. Now, in most cases, the physical therapist and psychomotor therapist is the one, more specifically the latter one, is the one that plays a key role in such a process, namely in order to cope with the subject's posture and ambulation. Now, management is to be as chronic as the condition. Therefore, patients and their families must be accompanied all through the patient's life and disease stages. So, this means that the people, basically the caregivers, must know what the condition is about, possibly even trying to be preemptive in their approach. For example, if we consider contractures that may account for quite an early complication of DMD, still ambulatory patient, well, in that case, of course, we may want to try and avoid the frequent falling over of the patient. Therefore, we must try and help these patients through stretching techniques in a preemptive approach and to be carried out on a daily basis. And then the neuromotor aspects are also very important. We need to monitor within this framework even the respiratory function through a proactive and timely approach, namely via the relevant pulmonary gym. And then, of course, we must consider that our management should also involve the psychological aspect. The patient and his family must be accompanied all through the diagnosis stages. And indeed, we know that DMD subjects may also show typically autism-related issues, which once again stresses that managing these patients must also include the presence of professional figures such as speech therapists or occupational therapists, very well indicated when it comes to behavioral problems, because that is the right way to move towards a proper degree of compliance. So before giving the floor to the other speakers, I'd like to take a few more minutes to talk about physical and actually aerobic exercise, very often neglected because people seem to be afraid of actually going into that. However, if we consider the development of DMD in terms of how more often the subjects tend to fall over, with the relevant fear, of course, of that possibly happening. So within this framework, there is a specific physical exercise that is recommended. Well, of course, some exercises are not recommended at all, such as contact sports or using weights, because that could produce an eccentric involvement that is not to be wished for. Otherwise, swimming or cycling are highly recommended. We believe that aerobic exercise, low-density aerobic exercise, may indeed help, especially the preemptive approach, especially considering the sedentary features that characterize these patients. So aerobic exercise is recommended, namely through the, for example, the cyclette, because the cycling that allows patients to be engaged in an active movement. Glucocorticoids and rehabilitation treatment are, as of today, the best possible way to deal with DMD. So rehabilitation must be viewed from a preemptive approach. Thank you very much. And now the floor goes back to Emanuela Giulitti. Well, let me remind you of the WhatsApp number 345-559. And then, sorry, the interpreter has not made it. Anyway, you can write your questions using this WhatsApp number. Thank you very much, Professor Frongia, and thanks, of course, to all the people who work with you. Now the floor goes to Lavinia Fanelli. She's a neuropsychomotor expert from Rome. Then Cristina Bella from Parent Project will be taking the floor to talk about her role.
Good evening. I'm here to represent all the colleagues or that work in the area of the neuropsychomotor sciences in the developmental age, and the name itself gives you an idea of what is our role in neuromuscular pathologies. The therapist in this area that the acronym should be in English TNPEE, Neurodevelopmental Disorder Therapist, TNPEE. And there is no homogeneous presence at the national level, and these professionals are essentially concerned with the developmental age to have a global, let's say, a general approach to all the pathologies, and so we work in the different areas of the child development. It is necessary to have a professional that can encompass all these aspects in a parallel way to support the child development. Due to this specificity, TNPEE, this neurodevelopmental disorder therapist, is the first professional meeting the child in the very early phases of the pathology, immediately after diagnosis. The neurodevelopmental disorders therapist doesn't work with the child alone, but he also encompasses the family, possible siblings, and also the environments where the child lives, so school, sports, and peer communities. Of course, this neurodevelopmental disorder therapist doesn't work in isolation. Rather, it is a teamwork with a continuity with other professionals, such as the neuropsychiatrist, that is the reference doctor in rehabilitation, but also other professionals, such as a speech therapist, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, and all these people must work in a sort of therapeutical continuity. The intervention of the neurodevelopmental disorders therapist when working on DMD, or BMD, well, it must, the role is diversified according to the age group. This therapist is one of the professionals taking charge of the child very, very early from age 0 to age 3, even before symptoms appear, or because there is a family that is particularly at risk, where in this case there is a very early intervention, even under age 3. The therapist there supports the harmonious development of the child in all the neurodevelopmental steps, so not only in motor functions, but also in integrating these steps with communication, relation with others, and also all that has to do with memory and attention, the superior cortical functions that are necessary for the child to have access to other interventions such as speech therapy. If there is a delay in language or a difficulty in acquiring some neuropsychological skills. In the preschool age, for DMD children, we may encounter difficulties in managing motor schemes. So I work at the Gemelli Hospital, and we carry out, we submit children to tests when we use our developmental scales or neuromotor scales. So we realize that these children may be unable to jump or to stand on one foot or to climb one step without support. And that may happen also when the pathology hasn't as yet damaged force. So in that case, there is a deficit in the motor schemes. And so we start organizing our therapy from there. So the therapist, through games, so playing with the child, and so as to speak his language, we try to stimulate these motor schemes, static and dynamic balance, and using favoring a symmetrical use of hemisomes in order to avoid any sort of asymmetry that we may find later on. The work that can be carried out in this preschool age, where still there is no weakness, there is no compensation adopted, but the child must be guided in managing the different schemes. For example, a correct movement, point, heel when walking. And here the therapist must work together with the child and the family in introducing preventive stretching. So at home and also at the therapist's office. So educating the child to carry out small self-stretching exercises. And the therapist, the neurodevelopmental disorders therapist, there has also the role of introducing splints, orthosis, in order to prevent retractions, night splints, for example. As the child grows up, we reach school age, let's say age from 6 to 12, and there it is a more critical moment of the pathology where the weakness is felt more heavily, as well as the differences vis-a-vis their schoolmates, because at school, as in sports, well, everything becomes more demanding, as well as the need to move, and our children may feel frustrated. And of course, you must work on that in the therapy, helping children and adolescents to acknowledge the physiological limits of their body and respect them, because we know what are the indications vis-a-vis sports or the spontaneous activity of the child, to avoid any sort of muscle overload so as to avoid muscle damage. So we'll still go on with scheme development and also what we can do in compensating also some movements, and also proposals to train the children to carry out a spirometric exam, which becomes an important aspect of the respiratory health. Stretching becomes an important, essential element in the children's lives. So the therapist must supervise and support the stretching that is being carried out at home, and accompanying this very young child towards a different step of life, where the therapy is rather one of supporting respiratory functions and possible secondary complications. And now, in continuity, I give the floor to Cristina, who will be dealing with the work we do in adolescence.
So just to pick up on what Lavinia has just said, to tell you about the following developmental stages, so mainly in adolescents and young adults. So as for the intervention ambits, well, they're more or less the same. The approach is supposed to always be preemptive, mainly supporting the higher degree of autonomy, a higher degree of autonomy in carrying out daily activities, since at the same time, of course, the person becomes more and more disabled, if you wish, so the deficit increases. So the same goals, but of course interventions are different, because their target, as I said, is different, since the age group has changed. Now, what do we see in an adolescent or a young adult here? Well, first of all, they stop really being ambulatory subjects, and in order therefore to guarantee for them to be autonomous, we want to help them use a wheelchair, handheld one, but later an electronic one, so as to allow the subject to be fully autonomous in moving around. What else? Well, actually, because these subjects spend a long time, using the wheelchair, contractures are quite frequent. Not the child, but the adolescent or young adult has a particularly sedentary life, hence the relevance of such contractures that call upon the need for engaging in stretching activities, both in the lower limbs and in the upper limbs and the torso, because of course the condition moves on, also hitting at the upper part of the body. So The stretching may even simply be passive. However, it must go hand in hand with the use of different aids. Well, of course, the AFO splinters, in case night splints are not tolerated. Of course, the use can only be carried out during the day. So AFO bracing is truly relevant. Otherwise, all results already achieved may simply, be lost. And there's also some bracing for the hands, whereby a sort of a resting position can be kept by the hand and wrist without having the typical fist-like position of the hand. Another important aid is the so-called standing aid. This is particularly relevant when the person finds it more and more difficult to be standing, be autonomously standing. So with this aid, that function is somehow restored. But once again, stretching activities is of paramount importance here, especially for the lower limbs. And then posture is very important too. The torso muscles also show some deficit. So posture, as the person is using the wheelchair, must be taken care of, must be paid attention to. The posture must be the right one and possibly customized, because the spinal cord should be properly positioned in order not to incur in any scoliosis. Again, as I have said, there may be problems with the hands. The relevance of some daily activities that are usually engaged, that are usually carried out using our hands, eating, drinking, doing homework, lifting objects, moving objects, getting washed, and so on and so forth. So we need more and more aids that are becoming familiar to many families. There is many of them out there, and of course the family and the patient are involved into the proper examination of all the aids available. I mean, a tablet, for example, or maybe some, reading and writing softwares, software applications may be used too, or using straws if the subject cannot lift glass anymore. And just think of the moment when the subject is to move from the wheelchair to the loo or to the bed. So for all of that, there are many aids to be used, verticalizers, and whatnot. So the point is to try and support the person's autonomous function as much as possible. But pain should also be considered here, because precisely because of the sedentary position, movements are minimal, hence the relevance of possible posture pain. So that there may be back pain, and it is important once again to consider the posture while in the wheelchair. And this must be customized, as I have said. Tilting can also be considered in order to allow all support bases to maybe change. I mean, 90 degrees, 24 hours, or say 12 hours a day may make it difficult for the trunk not to incur in any scoliosis. And then gravity will weigh on the ischium, and this produces pain as well as the possibility of pressure ulcers. And therefore, such a tilting allows for such pressure points to be moved somehow, unloading the back. And then these are young adults who have been on cortisone for several years. So what about osteoporosis? So pain due to osteoporosis should also be considered through a differential diagnosis about the kind of pain that emerges. And last but not least, as Lavinia has said, the respiratory function. Actually, this has also to do with muscles, mainly the diaphragm, which is the largest respiratory muscle we have, but also abdominal muscles are there, and they function as we cough. But I mean, there's a lot. And there are different couples of muscles too. These should all be trained. So, of course, as one is a child, there's many ways. There are many ways one could play in order to improve such function, but otherwise, one will have to learn. So that one can become better aware of one's breathing, of one's blowing one's nose, and so on and so forth. And spirometry may help that too. So when young adults start using the wheelchair more often, respiratory testing should be carried out on a regular basis, precisely to test the function of the respiratory muscles. Now, if there's a weakness there, we may also have weakness in a cough. And if that is the case, we may find it more difficult to spit. So if one is healthy, no problem. But if one has a flu or any acute respiratory problem, if cough is not effective enough, the mucus stays where it is. Possibly even, closing down pulmonary portions. I mean, it can be risky for one's health. So some respiratory physical therapy techniques are available. Of course, families must be ready how to deal with such possible exacerbations, mainly by having a preemptive approach. So one can help during the cough, or push the thorax, the chest, or there may even be a specific cough machine that does it all. So it insufflates the air and then simulates the cough. But there are other possible exercises, such as the air stacking ones. Well, of course, the cough techniques are okay. However, they may be okay also on a daily basis for stretching activities. since, of course, the chest will expand less and less as time goes by, and therefore respiratory muscles will get shorter, as it is the case of all other muscles in our body. So through air stacking, one can actually, expand one's lungs, and at a later stage, when a young adult becomes an actual adult, well, ventilation may be even more and more lacking, because of course the basic ventilation will simply not be there. Of course, tidal volumes can be restored through the proper aids. So possibly the volume will be lower, so that towards the end of the airways, where gas exchanges take place, such gas exchanges may not occur that properly, and of course this may lead to respiratory failure. Hence the relevance of ventilator able to support ventilation initially during the night and then during the day too.
Nella fase adulta tanti sono gli ausili che devono essere utilizzati, comunque bisogna supplire.
So aids are many. One should use them in order to be the replacement for what the person is no longer able to do. And of course this must involve the families, because physical therapists are there all right, but of course it is the families that do it best, because this is kind of an activity that must be engaged on a daily basis, and then one must consider a long-term approach too. So the lifting machine should be used at home, maybe by a physical therapist, but actually these professional figures are supposed to teach families ventilators, with the mask. The mask must be changed, because having just one mask may lead to some nose ulcers. So there's a whole training about the mask use too. And the cough machine is something that one must be able to use whenever the time comes for it to be used. That's about it. Emanuela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lavinia. Thank you, Cristina. And now I give the floor to Lucia Borgna. Another essential element is the one of comorbidities in this pathology. She's a speech therapist of OPLA. It is a center of neuropsychorehabilitation based in Rome, and she'll be speaking of comorbidities. Good evening. I'm a speech therapist, and today I'll be speaking about our work from the developmental age to adulthood. It is important to understand that there are extremely heterogeneous cases, so you cannot speak of a standard, but rather on coming to terms with specific difficulties, but there are some areas where these difficulties tend to concentrate. First of all, language. Language is not present. Language problems are not present in 100% of cases of BMDMD, but that is present in a good percentage of cases. When I speak of language problems, well, that refers to a number of language skills. So under, let's say, subgroups of language, for example, in the using of words, understanding and producing words. And the same goes for the ability to form sentences and to understand sentences, and then speech itself. So the ability to organize a number of movements that enable us one to speak, and then vocabulary, having access to one's own vocabulary when one needs a given word. And then there is another difficulty as to executive functions. Executive functions are transversal functions that are at the basis of a number of complex skills, enabling us, for example, to inhibit a given behavior that is not appropriate in a given situation, or be flexible when one of the variables changes, or planning complex actions. These functions are at the basis of language learning and also the things that belong to everyday life. And so they must be carefully assessed and dealt with. Then, when school starts, there are problems in learning. So reading, writing, drawing, and also text understanding and arithmetics. The speech therapist makes an evaluation at all the different stages of treatment to identify what are the priority objectives of a given treatment. Then cognitive profiles are extremely heterogeneous, so we don't know exactly what to expect. Here again, we must carry out specific assessments. But there is a reduction in the working memory. The working memory is very important, and I'd like to talk about that because this underlying skill is at the basis of many other more complex skills, and that is why it is very important to take that into account when doing speech therapy. It is an operational memory. Just to make an example, it is the memory that we use when, for example, if I were to dictate my phone number, and in the bag you must look for a notebook to take note of my number. That memory is used to keep an information for some time, for a short time, and then I must use it for to jot down the number. So it is this working memory, and that is at the basis of verbal understanding. If I tell you, if I say a sentence, you must keep a sentence in your short-term memory to make sense of what I'm talking about. Or reading, I must memorize, well, the different pieces of a word, and that also applies to mental calculation. When I manipulate numbers, I need this sort of warehouse for numbers to reach the appropriate results. And if there is a reduction in this skill, as is the case sometimes in DMD and BMD, well, that explains many other difficulties in neuropsychological profiling. So we try and strengthen this skill as well as the other skills that are compromised by this difficulty they may have in this working memory. As for language, the speech therapist makes an assessment first, and then he or she faces the specific difficulties. Maybe they may be a difficulty in verbal skills, so language is acquired sometime later, or difficulty at organize complex sentences, and there is a difficulty in learning new words. The person may have an adequate number of words, but they have difficulties at finding the right word when they want to use it. The method through which the speech therapist rehabilitates language aspects, especially in the early developmental ages, of course, through games. And by doing that, we try to support the most fragile skills to reach a sort of homogeneous profile. So at the end of nursery school, before starting real school, they must develop sort of prerequisite skills. These are essential for the kid to be able to read and write. Well, we may have verbal and non-verbal skills, and well, that can explain why these children may have difficulties at learning reading and writing. And so we carry out specific trainings. I make an example just to make myself clear. The syllables synthesis. If you give them syllables, they understand the word. If you put together, it is difficult to translate that into another language, because in Italian it is cane, which means dog, C-A-N-E, and putting them together, the person will understand we're speaking of a dog. The speech therapist supports learning. So here we are speaking of primary school, and we may have problems with attention, because DMD and BMD have as a comorbidity ADHD, so hyperactivity and attention deficit. So you may have a behavior or symptoms of attention and behavioral disability. And so the speech therapy works on that: reading, writing, understanding text and arithmetics. We carry out specific tests to make an assessment, and then we support reading and writing as well as arithmetic skills. We try to plan together with the school and the family to have interviews, because you cannot think of your work just in your office. You must involve all the areas where the child acts. So with my patients, I organize periodical meetings with the school so as to share operational strategies and tools, so that the children can be supported in terms of motivation. They must always be motivated to do their best so that their skills may progress. And also, it is important to give them practical tools to abide by the rules of a given situation or planning the work to be done. Visual mediators, for example, images, or positive reinforcements, or small stars to be given if they do something right. As the pathology moves on, so we are speaking of adults now, well, there we become very important in the area of diet, because they have problems in chewing, for example. That is due to the muscle deficit, to a lack of strength, and also swallowing the oropharyngeal phases. So the food, is chewed, and it is brought on the tongue, and the tongue then moves this food in the oropharynx so that the food may be swallowed, and there may be difficulties at swallowing and so difficulty at eating. In these cases, we have two main forms of dysphagias, the oropharyngeal dysphagia and a lower dysphagia, that is the esophageal dysphagia, that has to do with peristalsis, so the transit movement from the esophagus to the stomach. The speech therapist aims at introducing some changes. So, for example, changing the type of food or putting substances in the liquids that may be more difficult to swallow, and then specific maneuvers and safety positions, and also an active strengthening of the muscles of the face. The objective is helping nutrition through the mouth so as to avoid any form of inhalation that may be extremely risky. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Francesca Cumbo. She's a clinical psychologist that is a specialist in CBT, and she works at the Bambino Gesù di Rome Hospital.
Buonasera a tutti.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the Parent Project Association for giving me the opportunity to speak at this round table. Actually, this allows us, professionals in this field, to have a say. So, as the previous speakers have said, DMD and BMD are two conditions that constantly develop, and a major development being the diagnosis one. Actually, it's a kind of an emotional tsunami for most families. So at the Bambino Gesù Hospital, this is a time that is given much relevance indeed, so that doctors are supported by psychologists when they are to convey the diagnosis to the families. And then, of course, in case parents wish to come into play too, there's time for that too. And then the management time begins, say every 6 months or every year we meet, and during this time different comorbidities may arise, as the previous speakers have said too. Such comorbidities are typical of all neurodevelopmental disorders as defined by DSM. And when it comes to Duchenne dystrophy, they may vary, namely in the early developmental phases there may be general difficulty to thrive, also in behavioral terms. There may be communication-related problems, or even ASD issues may arise, and ADHD can also be the case, together with other similar problems. This, of course, may start at a very early stage, and then, of course, exacerbations, the relevant exacerbations may occur. I'm talking about OCD issues. Now, as in the relevant guidelines, CBT is the one to be used here. Actually, since the very early stages, CBT is always carried out in close cooperation with families. We always stress that because any CBT approach vis-à-vis the child must follow meetings with the families. Anyway, CBT for this kind of children basically means that behavioral problems are tackled. So through CBT, we get in close contact and cooperation with the parents. We try to draft a sort of a history of the boys' relevant problems, and that is indeed always the case. So we, as professional figures, must be so good as to help parents identify the, what has come before that particular episode. And of course, there can also be other elements to come up, possibly producing a sort of a vicious circle whereby families find it truly hard to identify and cope with their children's behaviors. So what we read in the guidelines is that parent training is of key relevance. Basically, regular meetings held with the parents regarding CBT, so that parents are hopefully to understand that parent training is indeed of key relevance to our work with the children. So we try to allow parents to understand what happens when such episodes occur and the reasons behind a possible no way out. As they grow up, these children may, on the other hand, also come across other difficulties, emotional difficulties mainly. So we may often witness anxiety. Sometimes this becomes somatic too, and mood disorders may occur at the same time, which may also be transformed into actual depression disorders. Now, psychological support is therefore of paramount importance. So children are supposed to go through psychotherapy. They may not always be happy about that, but usually in the end they fully understand the value of it all. Anyway, always within the framework of our cooperation with the family. This is something we really wish to stress over and over again. So these are the indications we usually give when the diagnosis pathway starts. And I'm afraid I'll have to say that such indications are not always implemented at a local level. That concerns CBT as well as psychotherapy more in general. Unfortunately, neither of them is easily available to our children at a local level, so that families must often have to deal with that on their own, paying, for that. So I'd like to conclude by providing you with a possible definition of psychotherapy, which may be meant as a time when persons engage in an exchange that may allow the subjects to remodel their own view and their own perceptions of given problems that they may have experienced. And even more importantly, the cognitive profile should always be taken into consideration, because that will allow us to understand whether there is some retardation whereby psychotherapy can be properly customized. We surely want the cognitive functions to be developed. So I'll conclude by quoting a typical phrase that we use, namely, when there's an episode may be neutral, but our own thoughts will make it what we want it to be. So if this is our approach to life, maybe we'll be able to cope with it all. Thank you.
Abbiamo terminato questa prima.
We have completed this first part with the contributions of all the professionals who work with the children, and now I give the floor to two ladies, two mothers. They will be sharing with us what is their everyday life. Daniela Argille from Tuscany, and then Maria Carmela Campana from Apulia. First one, Tuscany. Good evening. My name is Daniela, and together with Fabrizio, my husband, we are the parents of Anna, who is 11, and Lorenzo is 9. We met Duchenne in 2014 when Lorenzo was 2. We are being followed by the Bambino Gesù Hospital, and we come from Arezzo in Tuscany. Of course, we do the territorial therapy next to where we live, and we were lucky because after being on a waiting list, we were in a convention center where we have all the professionals that have spoken so far. 3 months after the diagnosis, Lorenzo had 2 hours of psychotherapy per week, and 6 months after that, also the psychoneuromotor approach was started. In the preschool age, he started speech therapy as well, because he has a language problem and a damage to the executive functions, a disruption of executive functions. And so we feel supported according to the indications of the medical center. It is not simple because Lorenzo is a shy child, so it was not easy for him to get used of all these professionals moving him, speaking with him. But gradually he managed to become familiar with these people and accept the situation. In our experience, even though the professionals of the center, the therapists, had worked on other dystrophies, well, for them it was the first time they had such a young patient, and so they also followed us in this connection with the Bambino Gesù Hospital, so that they would learn new ways. For example, since Lorenzo was not so keen on collaborating with the professionals, sometime he would not do the North Stairs or the 6 minutes walking test, and so they accepted our suggestion to prepare the boy for that. So they also increased their knowledge on how to work on a DMD patient. And I must also mention school. We were lucky enough to have a primary school that was what we define as no backpack schools, and that helped Lorenzo to go to a school that was more flexible, where the peer group works. And the school environment was another important mesh in the net, because he was able to have other therapists. So the school had always this dialogue with therapists with a constructive exchange mechanism. And in the 8 years where we have attended this center, we also had the possibility of having psychological support for us as parents. We had a neuropsychiatrist and Lorenzo as well. He had some meetings with a psychologist at a time where we felt he was too closed, and the psychologist had a number of interviews with him to try and understand whether he could open up a bit. Of the years, well, from the bureaucratic viewpoint, the approach to the center was first by a neurologist and then as neuropsychiatrists. And so they have this dialogue with the clinical center, and everything is revised every 3 months. In our center, considering the severity of the pathology and also the early beginning, we receive this care in a continuum, but this is not always the case. This is not so in all Italian regions or in Tuscany as such, or even in our local health authority. So it is not enough to have a good clinical centers that follows your children, but also you need a strengthening of the system at the local level. And the association is doing a lot in this respect, because we have this sort of neuromuscular councils. There is our coordination of patients groups to exert a sort of lobbying on the health authorities to have equal treatment for equal pathology. And I must say that lately, for 1 year now, the work of the speech therapist concentrated on the strengthening of executive functions, and in order to not to have a too busy week for the boy, we have a shifting. So during 1 quarter he does one thing, and the second quarter he does something else. And physical therapy, for example, physical therapy is being done in the swimming pool with a therapist who is a man, and is the only man he's dealing with, actually. He's dealing with the boy, actually. And so over the 8 years of treatment, we can say that Lorenzo has grown. He is very well, he is inserted very well in the school group with his peers, and also with his rhythm. He has increased his self-esteem. From the motor viewpoint, he can still do a lot. Let's say that this is the result of a real networking among different professionals, the center, therapists, the school, and the family is in a way the linkage. We try to make the whole thing work. They all must be encouraged to work properly, but with this, let's say, with this encouragement on our part, our experience has been good. We see the fruit of that, and we hope that things will go on like that or even better.
Allora, buonasera a tutti.
Good evening. My name is Maria Carmela Campana. My husband Alessandro Milone is in the hall. We are the parents of Francesco, who's 7 years old, actually almost 8. He is our only son. We come from Apulia, namely from Mesagne near Brindisi, southern Italy. I teach sciences in a high school, and my husband is from the Navy. He works in the Navy military. Actually, we learned about our son's condition 4 years ago. That was mostly unexpected, indeed a bad surprise, as it always is, of course. But after all, in quite a short time, we managed to find a reference center, namely the Bambino Gesù Hospital here in Rome. But at a local level, we came across several difficulties, differently from what I've heard from the other mum who has taken the floor. That was quite hard for us and difficult. But of course, our child has always been extremely proactive and positive, which was extremely helpful for us because he helped us cope with such initial difficulties. Anyway, difficulties at a local level. Well, they mainly orbited around treatment because of the very long waiting lists and also because of the lack of highly specialized therapists. We really did not know what to do, but then we came across a therapist from the local health unit, pediatric neuropsychiatry department in our area, who told us about what to do, basically. So we applied for proper management, which actually came from the child, the pediatric neuropsychiatrist who was working there, and then the physiatrist drafted an actual therapeutic plan. So after all, that was started quite early, so to speak. Anyway, we did also have a physical therapist there, but we did not have a neuropsychomotor expert. And it was the physical therapist, therefore, who had to cope with these issues. But then, at a later stage, we found someone, namely a rehabilitation therapist with a long-standing experience in coping with MD children. So we decided we should hire them, so on a private basis, and we're still going on like that. We really want our child to get, the best, so to speak. As for speech therapy, well, Francesco had a basic start, so phonology mainly. There was a woman from, a speech therapist from the center who helped him for the very, early stages of speech therapy. But then we found another one who had just come to our area from Siena, central Italy. So she said she would like to deal with him, and they are still together. I mean, Francesco is still helped by her again on a private basis. We're doing that on our own. So everything started with the center, but then it moved on a private basis. Physical therapy is the only actual, good side of the center offer. But speech therapy, no, that was not the case because at the local health unit they thought the intervention had been completed and therefore there was no more need, if you wish, for that kind of speech therapy at least. But as I said, we kept that on a private basis. There's something else, behind the voice. Our boy was just about to start primary school and therefore needed that kind of help. Also in terms of how to move his tongue, he had this kind of a problem. So we started treating it, and we are still doing that. So, regarding psychology, we did not get any help from the local health units. Well, it started just with him, with Francesco, but as for us parents, well, the only support we have got has come from the Parent Project Association. Generally speaking, we are all in very good relationships with the therapists of our son. They are, good points of reference. They're always very, willing to help and give us strength. Now, actually, there's a logistical problem, though, because for 7 out of 7 days, we are involved in these different therapeutical sessions in 3 different sites. So we always try to be there with him. We try, to be there, the 3 of us, because we believe that these are family times, if you wish, that make it all easier to be coped with. But of course, that's no easy job because, of course, we both work. So I am now on a part-time schedule, and my husband is still in a full-time pattern, but benefits from a specific piece of legislation for parents or relatives of disabled persons. Now, of course, our therapists are constantly they often refresh their knowledge, and we try to help them through this, thanks to what Parent Project tells us. Francesco has definitely improved. He can even jump. He can use the bicycle, and the score of the different tests has the scores actually have improved. And all these therapies have helped him being more confident in his motor abilities and confident, in a general way. So he is even competitive with his peers. We have recently seen that, especially, of course, at school. He is, he's a fighter. He's a fighter and does not give in, which helps him a lot, of course. And to conclude, I'd like to say that we decided we should take up the invitation to share our life with you here, because we would really like to convey a message of hope, especially to those families who are newcomers here. After the initial dismay, one may always find the strength to move forward simply by going through the condition, fighting for our children, with our children too, so that they can never feel lonely. Thank you very much.
Grazie a voi.
Thank you for coming here and for sharing your everyday life with us. We have very little time. Is there any question?
Sì, ok. Allora, sono arrivate alcune domande da casa, sia per la...
Some questions.
Ci chiedono, nei pazienti...
In adult patients, there is a weakening of the stomach and the throat as well. And with what frequency would you use the ambu bag or the PEP mask for psychology? You can have psychological treatment privately. In the public structures, it is very difficult because they don't have enough staff and there is a long waiting list. As for the respiration, I can answer. As we do these stretching exercises for the skeleton, for the motor part, and this must be a daily therapy. The same goes for the ambu bag. For the concept is the same. It must be done day after day. We may have a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes a day, say once or twice a day, in the morning or in the evening, depending on your family routine. There are many therapies, but of course people don't have all that time. There is a school, there are hobbies, there is everything in the family. The hair stacking, so the expansion exercises with the ambu bag are to be carried out every day, at least once a day, 15 or 20 minutes. You have an insufflation maneuver with the ambu bag. What does the ambu bag do? We re-expand the chest and so the lungs by insufflating air in the lungs. So at some point the lungs are full. So and then of course then you have to breathe out. The boy has to breathe out quarter of an hour, 20 minutes with pauses between one insufflation and the next, because there are the risk of hyperinsufflation, dizziness, and so on. This is the indication we normally do for the maneuvers with the ambu bag. Apart from the ambu bag, for those who have the cuff machine, you can also use the cuff machine with in a different mode. You have the initial mode, the cuff support. So if there is the need of supporting the cuff, and you can do exactly the same thing you do with the ambu bag. There is another program that is devoted to hair stacking, and that again can be done every day with the same, in the same time frame, and pauses between one breath and the next. The second question was on the stomach, on digestive problems for the adults.
La muscolatura dello stomaco. Mi sentite? Ma allora, dati concreti sulla la domanda, ricordатemi.
Chiedeva appunto se nei pazienti adulti sono interessati da indebolimento anche i muscoli dello stomaco.
Weakening of the muscles of the stomach and the throat, the vasohypotone of the bowel has been described. There is a delayed gastric emptying that is due essentially to their sedentary position, so that the gastric movement is reduced. There is an impairment of the throat and esophagus. Dysphagia appears much later in adults.
E sì, per insomma, l'osservazione la condivido e posso dire che
I agree. When we write these prescriptions, we never have a homogeneous situation. There are some centers that foresee whole psychological support, whereas there are in other cases where there is a lack of staff and there is absolutely nothing. So I can just say that's the case, exactly what you said. So if there are other questions, maybe you can write the questions and send them to the cell phone number that was given before. And now, as the members of the round table are going out. Now the floor to Pat Motion and Marika Pugliese are kindly asked to come here. Affectivity and sexuality, 2 words that come face to face.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie per
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Well, I'm very happy to be here with Pat Motion. Well, we really wanted him to come. We had actually tried to have him here in 2020, but of course, as you know, that conference could never take place. Actually, this time we thought we would have a sort of a different session. We wanted a sort of a peer exchange to take place on these issues. We asked Max Olivieri to come, but for health-related reasons, he could not make it to the conference. You know him because he has come on other occasions to see us, but we're very happy to have Pat here with us today, who's going to deal with the topic of sexuality and affectivity, which is very important to us. This morning we heard many speakers talk about autonomy as a key factor, and actually that's a macro topic which also includes sex, of course. Pat is here because he is a professional working within the Parent Project Association in the United States. Of course, he has a direct relationship with the condition, and this may make it easier for him to tell us how he has organized his work in helping young DMD and BMD adults deal with these issues. So Pat has a presentation. You have the floor.
Very much. It is lovely to be among all of you today, and I want to especially thank Filippo and his team for inviting me. The last time I was at this meeting was 2011, so it is wonderful to see how much the organization has grown and to listen to all the great speakers today and to really see that there is a lot of spirit and power in this room, and we're going to try to do something about that power and bring it to even more people across your great country. Full disclosure, I am about 50% Italian. My family came from Piacenza a long time ago, and now, obviously, I've been in the United States. So, let's go. I am a music teacher. I loved this morning's presentation. That was a lot of fun. And I also am married with 2 boys, and I am currently working with Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy USA with a group of adults that live with Duchenne and Becker Muscular Dystrophy, ranging in age from 18 to 63. And we'll talk a little bit about that group in a moment. I thought that I had Becker Muscular Dystrophy from 1985 to 2012. And actually at this meeting in Rome in 2011, a few researchers started to look at me in the bar, which, once you know me, will not shock you. They thought that I had something other than Becker. So I had a genetic test, and lo and behold, I have limb-girdle muscular dystrophy type 2E. I had already been working with Parent Project, which is Duchenne and Becker, but because I was already in the community, thankfully they let me stay, so I did not have to get kicked out of the family that all of us don't want to belong to in the first place. It's important for me to mention that to get a 100% genetic trial diagnosis is very important, because looking back, if I had been in a clinical trial for Becker, I would have just made bad data. It would not have made a difference. So now I live with limb-girdle, and it was kind of like finding a relative that I did not know that I had, but I live one day at a time. I was playing drums up until about a year ago, when I became too weak to hold on to the sticks. However, I still love to make music, mostly electronically now. I want to talk a little bit about the balance between living with the condition and living life. Very important. A lot of people have mentioned earlier today in the great talks about medical care and all sorts of things that you can do to make life a little bit better, which is great, but the quality of life also very important for the mental, social, and emotional health, and thinking about things not too far into the future. Those of us that live with this condition know that it's difficult on our families. We realize that at times it is hard, and we feel the burden ourselves of guilt, having the diagnosis and having to be in the home with caregivers, family members taking care of us a lot of the time. We realize that it sometimes is harder on you than it is on us. We know that, and we acknowledge that. But we also acknowledge that we find happiness, and although we might not plan a life for the next 50 or 60 years, we plan more in the immediate future. Excuse me. So we try to take things one day at a time, make our lives better, make people around us better, and as we start to get out in the world with individuals with disabilities, we realize that it is up to the people in our life to help make the change that we want to see. So the power of change lies with every one of you in this room. So, my family comes first. My wife, Vanessa, is here. I want to say hello. There she is over there, Vanessa. She has put up with me for almost 10 years now. And we've been together for 13. And I like to tell people that if muscular dystrophy was like the Army, all of us in this room were drafted. We had to go in because the diagnosis pulled us in. My wife enlisted. She chose to live with disability, which makes her, in my mind, a very special person. However, we're going to talk a little bit later, and I'm going to talk to some of the, oh, thank you. Yeah, yes. That shouldn't be special. We have to put our arms around diversity in order to change the world. We all have to realize that diversity is part of everyone's life. So I'm going to talk with some of the young men in here after about what you offer in a relationship. I've spoken with a lot of men that have Becker and Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and one thing that comes up a lot is why would people want to be in a relationship with me? Why would people want to date me? And I simply answer, why not? It comes down first to who you are as a person. And once you realize that you have strengths in your personality and you're willing to talk to people about the condition and how you live with it, a lot of people will be willing to accept you. So Vanessa and I have two wonderful children that you see in this picture on the right. Tim is 8 years old, Teddy is 6 years old, and there was a time earlier in my life when I thought having children would not be a very good idea, and I thought it might not be fair to them to have a disabled father and more of a burden on their childhood. My wife Vanessa convinced me otherwise, and she said, we're going to do this together, and it's just going to become part of the journey. So I'm happy to say to you that my kids just know me as Dad. They climb up in my lap, they climb on me, they wrestle with me when I'm laying on the couch, they will help in any way that they can. If they see that I'm not sitting properly, they'll come over and they'll shift and move me, and they tell their friends, oh, our daddy uses a wheelchair because he has special muscles. That's what they know right now, and as they get older, I'll tell them more, but to them, I'm just Dad, which is the best thing. So this I will go very quickly because you probably don't want to hear a lot of science. You've probably heard enough science today. But for anyone in the room that enjoys data and likes to be a science person, this is my actual genetic test. So I actually have a duplication in exon 1, a deletion in exon 5. So I just mention that because, as you can see, it's different from Duchenne and Becker, different protein entirely. So we can move on from that and get to the good stuff. This, in translation for you, says, we're stronger together, which I know is one of the themes, and we are the future, and all of us, we have to use one voice if we want to change the world. So I remember being here in 2011, and one of the things that came up with a lot of the boys I spoke with was the accessibility in a lot of the country is not so good. And going down to the middle of the city yesterday to the Coliseum, I realized it's gotten maybe a little bit better, but we can do a lot more work in that area. In the United States, besides the laws, the press, the newspapers pay attention to a lot of the disability stories, and when people get together and they get angry and they realize that we're not going to go away, that's when things will change. And then suddenly there's a lift on a bus, or there's a motorcycle that has a sidecar with a ramp, modified vehicle, or we say, well, flying on an airplane is difficult with a wheelchair. Not impossible, difficult. We show up as disabled individuals. We go to the airport. We fly. We tell them, you have to find a way to do this. I bought a plane ticket. My money is just as good as everyone else's money. So we're going to do this. We show up. We don't go away. We push for change over and over and over until people get tired of listening to us and things finally change. It's fine with me. It got me all the way over here to Rome. I also want to mention a little bit about something that's bigger and more scary, which is society. The society we live in, at the end of the day, no matter what country we are from, no matter what our nationality is, all of us want the same thing. We want to be accepted. We want to be respected. So, I've started to talk to a lot of the muscular dystrophy people that are my friends in my life, and I tell them, do not let society tell you how to live. Instead, you tell society how you want to live. And eventually, people's attitudes will start to change. Muscular dystrophy, Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy, do not have to have full control of your life if you don't let them. You have full control of your life. So what do? You define what is normal. You tell people, you tell your friends, this is my normal life. And I loved this morning, one of the gentlemen that was up here that has Duchenne said, we do not want to be treated as heroes. We do not want to be looked upon as heroes. We want to be looked upon as individuals, just like everybody else, except we are sitting down. Not much difference. So, we go out. We are social. We go in public with our friends. We go out to restaurants. We go where we can go. We change where we can change. We raise our voices as one. And we live, really, to change the world. One of the things that is a silver lining having muscular dystrophy is we see a lot the best in people. We see people willing to help. We see people willing to care. We see people willing to go out of their way to make our day a little bit better, which I think is a blessing that not everybody gets to see. We also have a challenge before us to help change the world one action at a time, whether that be talking to people at a school, having a story in the local press or the local news. Disability must be just another way to embrace diversity. And if people do not understand that, we need to say it over and over again and louder. And I will add, definitely Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy puts up many, many roadblocks. But if you cannot go through the roadblock, you go under the roadblock. If you cannot go under the roadblock, you go above the roadblock. If you cannot go above the roadblock, you go around the roadblock. You understand what I'm trying to say. The roadblocks are just challenges. Just like living with muscular dystrophy, you try to meet the challenge as it comes, and at the same time, raise your voices for change. So, in the United States, I am helping to lead a group of 36 adults living with Duchenne and Becker, as well as Duchenne carriers, and we're called the Patient Adult Advisory Committee. So I have put a photo of everybody that is on the committee currently, and as I said earlier, they range in age from 18 to 63, and we meet twice a month on Zoom because they're spread out all over the United States. We have 3 gentlemen on the group that are published authors. We have one that has a PhD, one that is currently in law school, 2 or 3 that have degrees in graphic design, and others that do podcasting, as well as all kinds of other projects. People have started their own businesses. All of these men and women are very, very dear friends of mine now because we have started to change the culture. They talk to each other on a regular basis. We will be meeting, a lot of them will be meeting in person in Washington, D.C. in a couple of weeks, because we also, once a year, go to Congress. We go directly to the United States government, which should be frightening for anybody in this room that knows anything about the United States government and the politics of our country. Yeah, but we go and we talk and we say, here we are, we're not going away. And by the way, we vote, we listen, and we know how you feel and how your attitudes are about disability. And we will vote, and we will vote again. And we talk about things that we need. So, this I would love to see and love to help in Italy to see some of your younger men with Duchenne and Becker start a similar group. And we're going to talk about that when we go into the room and we close the door and talk about how we can get a group of men together to do the same thing. This is what we have found is extremely helpful. We also talk on a regular basis about anything usually without family present. It is very important growing up to have some privacy. Everyone in this room, remember back to when you were 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. There were many subjects you didn't want to talk to mom and dad about. This is the same. So we talk about hopes and dreams and fears and dating and relationships and sex and also wants and needs. Important. This group helps to connect people around the country, and we also help to lift each other up. I would love to talk with you, gentlemen, that live with Becker and Duchenne soon here about forming the same type of group. And these slides will be available. There is a QR code here that you can scan with your phone that will give you a link to our webpage that we've put up that has information about what we do. And I believe, thanks to Luca and Filippo, it has been translated into Italian, although I don't know if that's been posted live yet. If not, we can definitely get that to you. So, I see people with their phones, so I'll wait a second. The group's been around for almost 10 years, and everybody comes on for a year. They have to apply, and we do a little interview, and then we talk about what we want to do to change the world. It's a wonderful group. My message to finish before we get some questions here is, besides changing the world, you in this room have the power to define what disability looks like. It is up to you to educate others about diversity. All of us. We don't want pity. We want love, respect, acceptance, and success. With muscular dystrophy or without muscular dystrophy, I believe all of us want the same thing. So, again, thank you very much to Filippo and his team for having me come all the way over. I live in Boston, Massachusetts. It was about 10 hours to get over here. I'd gladly do it again, especially since Filippo said next year he's going to send the private jet to pick me up. I will make sure that the slides and the links are available for people that want more information. And I'll just go back to, if this will go back. Will it go back? Nope, can't go back. So I guess, yeah, questions, comments? Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Grazie Pat. In realtà con il tuo discorso.
Thank you very much, Pat. Well, you have actually answered my questions with your speech, but there may be some questions from the floor. So somebody in the back would like to ask a question.
Thank you so much I had the chance to meet you outside and see the light in your eyes. And as the young adult said in the first lecture this morning, to look as we are not, the Duchenne kids are not sick children. They have a condition and it's a spectrum of health. Now, I am a physician, so I would like to emphasize the responsibility that the medical community has to demedicalize the approach to Duchenne. So as if we invest a lot of energy in treating the disease instead of coping with issues, and we manage all the day around therapies and more going to the hospital to therapies, this is something that it's important, but it has to shift to back to the community, to the life in the school, to the gym class, to the daycare, to the children's guard, the educators, so they can help and support the children in meeting their frustrations. And I'm a mom, and I know we cannot fix it. We cannot fix it. We cannot give a therapy. We cannot do an extraordinarily big change in the strengths or in the achievements, but we can support and give this positive attitude towards who we are as diverse people. So I very much enjoyed your lecture, and I invite you to speak also in our forum in Israel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Filippo, I'm going to need the jet to go to Israel. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Godfather. Grazie.
Grazie, non so se ci sono altre domande o riflessioni.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
No? Quanto tempo abbiamo, Cristina? È finito.
Okay, our time is up. Well, I would just like to take the floor to thank Pat. We're actually doing our best, you know, to move towards the direction you have outlined. We're doing that through our cooperation with the Love Giver Commission. There is a special board whose members are only the, DMD children or young adults, and we really want, during the parallel session with Pat, for, our DMD and BMD young adults to have a special time and a confidential one with Pat. Would you like to say goodbye?
Sure, yeah. Again, thank you very much for having me all the way over here, and all of you guys living with Duchenne and Becker Muscular Dystrophy, you too can come to America. It wasn't actually as difficult to get over here as I thought. It's a lot easier than it was 12 years ago. So come on over to Boston and we'll keep the party going. Thank you very much for listening. I know it's been a very long day, and I look forward to seeing all of you later on this evening at dinner. Thank you so much.
E intanto Max, che non è potuto venire, ci ha mandato un suo...
Max, who could not make it to the conference, has sent us his welcome speech, however brief it may be, and then the session is over and Filippo will have the floor. Dear friends, I'm truly sorry not to be with you. Unfortunately, life may come up with, great surprises, as the one that is sitting on my lap. But sometimes the surprises are bad. Actually, I've spent the last 2 weeks in hospital, and that gave me time to think many things over. I have thought of time as a sort of resilient, fiber that you never know when it will break. So let's try and go through life as it is and as it comes and as full as possible. But I miss you. I've been thinking of you a lot, and I certainly wish I could soon go back to fight, and I'm doing that for your own sake. Can you say hello? So, hello, everybody. Hopefully, we'll be together again soon.
Buonasera.
Good evening.
Allora, intanto vi invito.
Well, first of all, stay on. It is a hard day. It has been a long, long day, and sugar is going down. The brain is falling asleep. We are here. I'm here to propose some gym. I am your fitness instructor, and it shows from my look. We must speak of a very important problem, even though drowsiness is an important problem. So please, well, now I'd like to call Dr. Luca Bello of the Padua University Hospital. There he is. Maria Grazia D'Angelo of the Medea Institute in Lecco, and here she is. Rachele Dorisio, who isn't here yet, so maybe she'll get here later. Fabrizio Racca of the Alessandria Hospital, and you all know him very well. And Angelo Villano of the Policlinico Gemelli in Rome. And I expect he's here with us already. Yes, there he is. Well, first of all, thank you for being here with us, and we are really glad to meet you personally after our meetings in remote. We have learned to speak and meet in many other ways over the last 2 years, but the feeling of being in the same room and talking is something we actually prefer. So we go back to working as we used to. The subject of this session is a bit special, and we know very well what it means to devote so much time and love working with other children so that good health as well as the ability of enjoying their life stays is there for as long as possible so that they can lead a full life and well, close to their dreams. But the risk for this situation, this ideal situation, the risk that this ideal situation may be disrupted by any type of accident that may take place anytime, or a problem or a worsening of their health, and a situation of emergency in a place that is quite unknown to us. That, of course, is a very serious problem. We know very well that we may trust all the centers we work with. We are followed by a center that in 99% of cases is really highly specialized in the area we are interested in for our kids, but that is not guaranteed. Every time we have a serious problem, we may be at the beach or anywhere else, and all this sort of security circle we have built around ourselves, or safety circle rather, we have built around ourselves, is no longer there. So speaking with the clinicians we normally work with, we have realized that we had to work on something that was reliable, so that within a given set of time, we could build up a number of resources so that we could feel safe also in these situations. And so we have created this emergency card. This is something we'll be talking about during this session, and also important cooperations helping us to make this project grow. We are at the very beginning, so of course this is not something excellent. We're just starting, and in my opinion there are the preconditions, so to speak, the pillars of this project that are here sitting with us, and we'll be building this project with them. This is an international project. One of the most important contributions we had in the development of this project comes from the Nikolov family. One of their kids had an emergency, and he was treated with steroids, so he was hospitalized. He has not been treated as he should, and after the death of this boy, a special protocol was developed, and this family is committed all over the world to make this protocol known. And we have translated this protocol into Italian, and now we are working with the international community so that it is translated also in other languages, because of course physicians were given this in English, but it must become more and more popular. We must bring this protocol everywhere in the world. And so I'd like to start with Luca Bello, who will be speaking about the emergency with steroids and all that pertains to this problem. Thank you.
Grazie Filippo, grazie Parent Project per l'invito, è un piacere.
Thank you for this invitation, and it is a great pleasure to be back with you in person with so many colleagues and friends. Every time we talk about treatment, I like to focus on why we are using a certain type of treatment and what we see, what we are looking for. So let's start from the beginning. We'll go rapidly, but lack of dystrophin is the first observation. There are different cycles of degeneration and regeneration, and what damages the muscle is the failure of regeneration. And that is due to inflammation and fibrosis, formation of fibrotic tissue. This leads to loss of function. So to try to treat this situation, either we try to recover the dystrophin, or we have to find something that will block the inflammation. And the molecule that has been used in clinical practice for more than 50 years now, which makes it possible relatively efficiently to deal with the inflammation and the fibrosis that damage the muscle, are the steroids. So these are steroids. We call them steroids. We're talking about glucocorticosteroids. There are other steroid molecules, such as the sex hormones and others. But let's remember that we're talking about corticosteroids. We can call them steroids for short. We use chiefly prednisone and deflazacort. Both are used in Italy. Deflazacort perhaps more than the other. Recent study, international study, has shown that deflazacort has a better profile than prednisone, so it should now be considered a standard of care in daily administration. Rapidly, what are the advantages of this treatment? Young children starting out in treatment, but also throughout the course. And obviously, we're aiming to maintain ambulation, to delay the progression of loss of strength, and to delay the loss of ambulation used to be considered the main target, but we've realized with working with researchers that the benefit actually is much more extensive, not only all of the skeletal muscles, upper limb muscles, not only maintaining raising limb above the shoulder, hand to mouth, important motions, but also paravertebral muscles, so to avoid scoliosis. And that can avoid the use of vertebral surgery in most cases when used. And there is a respiratory benefit, which has been demonstrated, and also benefit in terms of cardiac function. Are there side effects? Yes, there are. And there isn't a single patient who takes this treatment for years without having some side effects. But we accept these side effects in our physician-patient alliance because we know that the benefits win out, but the side effects are loss of bone tissue, weight gain, a Cushingoid aspect, round face, also behavioral problems, hyperactivity, different behavioral issues, low height, cataract, other side effects of chronic steroid administration are seen in older adults, such as diabetes and hypertension, not so much in the younger population. So we know that these side effects exist. We try to prevent them. Osteoporosis can be dealt with vitamin D supplementation or specific drugs, increase of weight, diet, education, nutrition education. And we try to really tailor the treatment for each patient to each person throughout the course. And this is an important subject. It's actually the subject of my presentation. Perhaps too often we forget the suppression of the HPA axis. And you can consider this to be sort of the link between our central nervous system, our awareness, and our endocrine system. Therefore, homeostasis, our ability to maintain a balance in the functioning of our body, the organs of our body. So there can be stress. Stress will lead us to a situation in which we are stressed. It can help develop diseases. It will have an impact on the hypothalamus, which is the link between our cerebral cortex, our awareness, and the deeper brain, the reptile part of the human brain, the most ancient part. And through the hypophysis, you see that little pendulum, as it were. And then the hypophysis produces hormones, in particular CTH, adrenocorticoid hormone, which has an impact on the adrenals. You see the adrenal glands; they're endocrine organs that produce cortisone. They're stimulated by CTH, and they produce glucocorticoids. And then we have a morning peak when we wake up in production of cortisone. There's a circadian rhythm to cortisone production, and that is why we prescribe cortisone in the morning, to have a more physiological administration and respect this circadian rhythm. Then the cortisol ends up in the bloodstream, and it has targets throughout the body. You see the immune organs shown in the diagram chiefly, immune cells, etc. Because basically through cortisol, the body prepares to react to stress and adopts a certain number of adjustments to do that. Our adrenal glands have to be reactive to stressful conditions. There will be an increase in cortisol production, as well as adrenaline. That's something else. And this is the way in which we can cope with stress and deal with difficult situations. But the problem arises from the fact that chronic administration of prednisone or deflazacort, they can inhibit hypothalamus and the hypophysis. There are sensors in those organs, just like in your homes. And if there's a negative feedback, if they perceive that there's enough cortisol circulating, these two organs decide that there's no need to produce any more. And therefore, there's a loss of reactivity on the part of these organs. not being able to produce rapidly the cortisol, the body is less able to cope with stress, more fragile, and at a greater risk of complications. So we have to remember that patients who take corticoids chronically have suppression of the hypothalamus hypothesis axis, the HPA axis, and therefore cannot deal with stress quite as well. And there can be symptoms relating to adrenal insufficiency. The symptoms are varied and vague. It all adds up to a situation in which the person isn't feeling well, is not doing well. How do you feel can be the question. The answer will be not well, because there can be headache, abdominal pain, malaise, general malaise, but it can go all the way to severe blood pressure changes, alterations in ionic balance. Other vital signs can be changed and can really be so severe that the patient's life may be endangered. PJ was a man with Duchenne, 31 years old. He led a very full life despite his disability, but one day, unfortunately, he fell from his wheelchair and had fractures in his lower limbs. A severe fracture. Surgery followed, which was successful from an orthopedic point of view, but it was stressful for his body in an important way. PJ was still receiving glucocorticoids at the age of 31. We know that we can continue for a prolonged course because it will improve many different outcomes, upper limbs, respiratory function. But unfortunately, his HPA axis was suppressed, was not able to respond to the stress of the surgery, and unfortunately he died. So here we have the version translated by Parent Project. And there are some questions. Which patients are HPA suppressed? Well, that will depend on the dosage and length of treatment. Here we have prednisone equivalent dose, and you have the dose 5.6. But the figures are quite similar. But you have here the dose for prednisone. When we're talking about 5-6 milligrams per day, then the axis is not suppressed. But if the dosage is higher, and that is what we tend to use in the non-ambulance, that is when we have suppression of the axis. So if we want to know whether it is suppressed, well, we can carry out an endocrinological test, ACTH stimulation, which can value the reactivity of the adrenal glands and see whether they can produce cortisol following ACTH stimulus. If we have a dose of over 20 milligrams per day, then also the duration matters. A short course will not lead to axis suppression, but 20 milligrams per day over 10 days will have that impact on the HPA axis. And so in that situation, if a patient is subject to stress, what do we do? Well, we have to administer urgently cortisone, a drug that has a more rapid action, a glucocorticoid that can be administered in hospital for intravenously. That in a case of stress. I can give another example. What can this be? Local anesthesia, hernia, tooth extraction, the sort of colonoscopy, the sort of things that can happen. Say there's treatment, maybe after vomiting, maybe after an antiemetic treatment, then the cortisone must be given. So that's for minor stress. Moderate stress, we can think of bone fracture or something, or burning, perhaps in more serious cases, sepsis, pancreatitis. We have a whole list here of the more severe shocks. That has to be treated in hospital. And therefore, the patient will have to not have to know off by heart the cortisone dosage that is needed. But what is needed is the awareness of when the patient arriving in the emergency ward that the treatment is necessary. Now, sometimes there's a need for a vaccine, and there is a discontinuation of the steroid treatment. If we want to protect a patient with corticosteroid treatment and provide chickenpox vaccine, then there can be a short discontinuation. And here you see one, we won't go into it detail by detail, but it's sort of tapering, a gradual tapering of the dosage over a period of some weeks. And in the last few days, hydrocortisone is used, and it must be available so that there can be a reaction in the case of stress. And here's the emergency card that we discussed before. And you see, this is the box in the emergency card that is dedicated to acute adrenal insufficiency prevention. And this means that when the patient arrives in an emergency ward, the emergency card can lead the physicians to the appropriate treatment. Thank you.
Allora io terrei tutte le domande appena concludiamo il giro.
Well, the questions at the end, and so that we can give a clear overview of the situation. And now the floor to Maria Grazia D'Angelo for fractures, emergency having to do with fractures. Good morning, rather good evening. Fractures are an element that is ever present in muscle dystrophy, with a prevalence of about 20% in DMD boys, especially long bones. But when you are on a wheelchair and still taking steroids, one of the risks is the spontaneous fracture of vertebral bodies. And there is no trauma causing them, so that is something that also very limited symptomatology. There is some confusion in the literature as to the role of cortisone in fractures. But certainly enough, well, if we consider recent data coming from structured studies, because if you must assess what to do in an emergency, it is always difficult to have well-structured data, because people who deal with emergencies are in an emergency, so they have no time to collect data of diagnosis, fractures, site of the fracture, and so on and so forth. But with a steroid therapy exceeding 10 months, well, there is no difference here. 100 months of high-dose daily GC therapy, as many as 75% will have at least one vertebral fracture. And loss of ambulation occurs in up to half after. Well, we can start with an example, just to give you an idea what is the maximum risk at an acute episode. 15-year-old boy with DMD, a leg pain after falling out of his wheelchair. 1 year before, he had already suffered from a femur fracture that was solved with internal fixation. Also because he had been unable to walk for some time, for a short time. There was no stress situation, no acute distress. Body temperature was regular. The respiratory rate was good. Oxygen saturation, blood pressure, and consciousness. There were no wheezes or rails. The physical examination was good, and they carried out an X-ray, and they saw a small fracture on the tibial dish, and the orthopedic surgeon just suggests to use a splint on the leg and send him home, and then after a few hours, the situation changes, tachycardia, confusion, the body temperature increases, and there is a petechial rush on the child torso. Chest X-ray and CT, and there they see a diffuse ground glass appearance in both lungs. Possible signs.
Adesso ce la faccio. Cosa ho fatto? Ecco, a vetro smerigliato e la
Ground glass, so NMR shows small lesions of the white matter, and also vision became blurry, and the conditions of the boy seemed to precipitate. Then they made a diagnosis, the diagnosis of fat embolism, and simply with ventilation, antibiotic therapy to protect the lungs, and water supply, the problem was solved in a comparatively short time. Something similar happened to us. I mean, this boy, as Filippo said, the boy, when he got this fracture, was not next to our structure. He was on holidays in Sicily, but the colleagues from that small hospital in Sicily were brilliant. They recognized the symptoms and they managed him very well. Fat embolism signs do not appear immediately after the fracture, but somehow later, between 24 and 72 hours after trauma. They are very frequent, and in most cases, they do not evolve very rapidly. So many of these boys with a fracture of the long bone possibly have a micro fat embolism, which anyhow doesn't imply any clinical impairment. But if there is no diagnosis of this situation, this may also lead to death. So it is very important to recognize the symptoms. The symptoms, the appearance of petechias, so fever, confusion, and dyspnea. If we're speaking of a young adult, a patient who has been ventilated for some time, who has heart failure, who has tachycardia, of course, these symptoms are not easy to identify, especially if they appear separately. Of course, confusion may be recognized, but not as easy to identify heart or respiratory symptoms. But one must be over attentive. Well, you must face the acute moment, but it is not so automatic, because essentially in the DMD boy, adding oxygen to ventilation therapy or oxygen therapy may depress respiratory muscles. Then Dr. Aka and the pneumologist will be telling us that unless there is an emergency, you must not give oxygen therapy to someone who has a dystrophy. So if we want to solve the problems of fat embolism, one must be extremely careful at finding a balance. And the same goes for hydration. You must hydrate, you must give fluids, because you may have a different distribution of fluids in the body due to the stressful situation. But here again, if there is a cardiomyopathy, if there is a borderline heart failure, there again, infusion of fluids must be carried out with extreme care. Because the essential event, the essential aspect of fat embolism is, having an early diagnosis. So identifying the symptoms, which is not easy. Sometimes they are easy to disregard, but they are precisely what we must be looking for. Then, we may discuss about the origin of the fat embolism, for example, hypothesizing that the fat moves from the bone to the microcirculation. Then there is the lipase theory, where there is an increased plasma level of these enzymes, which in turn cause the formation of fat particles. Or there is another theory, that is the free fatty acid theory, where the trauma stimulates the inflammatory process, releasing free fatty acids, which in turn cause vasculitis, or the triggering of a coagulation reaction. So the reaction is an obstruction in the lungs, obstruction in the brain microvessels, and the alterations we have just told you about. So early diagnosis, and then fracture management. I'm not speaking of surgery here, but one must be very, very careful in managing the long bone fracture in an ambulant boy. If it is a composite fracture, it's better not to go for surgery. If the boy is at a more advanced stage of the disease, you must consider the fracture having surgical fixation, but immediately start rehabilitation. And in the more advanced phases of the disease, a rapid surgical intervention, and then trying to get back to normal life. Another important thing is, being aware of what's going on. There must be documents, also considering how to carry out surgery, because also simple surgery may be dangerous. So heart support that applies to any age of the boy. Regardless of whether he has a failure or hasn't got heart failure. So supporting hydration, supporting arterial and venous circulation. So it is important to have a correct management, identifying the initial symptoms of a failure that may be due to a fracture, that unfortunately is something that may happen in these boys, but immediate diagnosis will guarantee an easy and successful recovery in a short time. Thank you.
Allora, grazie. Intanto
Thank you. Raquel Adorisio has joined us, so I'd like to welcome her. We haven't seen her for a long time. It's your turn. Good afternoon. I'm a cardiologist, and for some time now I've been working with people with Duchenne's disease. I've worked with Professor Bertini and now with Dr. D'Amico and Dr. Castelluccia. And we have a network that is quite extensive. So I'm very proud to be able to discuss this, which is becoming increasingly a very hot subject. And one of our dear patients had a cardiac emergency and unfortunately died. And what we know is that in looking at the causes for mortality of patients with both Becker's and Duchenne's dystrophy, cardiorespiratory diseases, they can be cardiac arrest and respiratory failure can go together or be seen separately, but these are conditions that can lead to death in the second and third decade of life. This is a recent study, and it shows that there is a part of patients, a portion that may have even earlier cardiac arrest around 15. Now, there are different parts of the heart, different causes of the cardiac dysfunction, and they may be connected to cardiomyopathy, therefore disorders of the muscle, but also arrhythmias and conduction defects can take place, can occur in this population subgroup, although rarer. What we do know is that in this type of muscle disease, we see a progressive disorder, but from our point of view, from a cultural, but especially a therapeutic point of view, we can do much to slow down the progression, especially if we start treatment early, as shown here, after 10 years, in absence of any cardiac dysfunction. So when we're talking about prevention, we must recall that this is an expected development, pathological development. We have a big advantage because through early diagnosis and early prevention, we can begin much earlier and really do much to slow down or prevent the progression of disease. Now, basically, there's a fibrotic degeneration that leads to replacement of cardiac tissue, and it leads to dilatation of the heart, and then in the end, the muscle is replaced to a large extent by this fibrotic component, and may enter what we know as the end stage. The subjects I would like to talk about now really are how to prevent what we have discussed very often in our meetings. And the first aspect I'd like to deal with is the fibrosis, the replacement of tissue, because recent data has confirmed what we already had seen in Professor Dubock's work 10 years ago, and the ACE inhibitor in 2 years' time can slow down significantly not only cardiomyopathy, but also the progression of the cardiac fibrosis and the prognosis. And of course, the presence or absence of fibrosis is extremely important. Here you have an MR showing that fibrosis is already present in this case, under 10 years of age. It has a very strong correlation in terms of cardiovascular events. So heart failure, but also arrhythmia. And this is a proof of concept of something that had already been demonstrated by Professor Dubock in 2005. The anti-aldosterone agents also have an important advantage in tissue terms because they can help remodel the heart and reverse the process of initial dysfunction and initial dilatation. And this will lead to advantages that can be demonstrated with magnetic resonance. When we're talking about these parameters, we realize that magnetic resonance seems to be quite sophisticated, not available in all centers. But what we do know today is that even very simple instruments can help us stratify the risk, important risk, and understand which patients are more at risk than others at risk of cardiovascular events. An ECG can show the presence of a left branch blocks, or a Holter can show that there are ventricular or arrhythmias or atrial arrhythmias that have an inverse correlation with the ejection fraction. So even this simple monitoring, ECG and Holter, are enough to provide us with really important information. And fibrosis also can be detected through an ECG, electrocardiogram, very, very early. Here we see the ECG variations, the QRS, axial deviation, or voltage reduction. They correlate with the picture that we have from residents. So already electrocardiography can help us have a detailed and specific assessment of the patient's status and course. But over and beyond the dilation, also the presence of some, as you see here in the electrocardiogram, you see here some of the characteristics of these sort of inlets, these sort of areas of void, which correlate very closely with the occurrence of cardiovascular events, and the presence of this aspect. Over and beyond the dilatation itself and the dysfunction, the presence of these sort of features can be correlated with dysfunction and heart insufficiency. Now, here I'd like to discuss the treatment of patients who have manifest left ventricular dysfunction. And in my experience, what happens often is that we see patients who are described in terms of the severity of the condition. But what we actually see is that there still is a considerable therapeutic margin, and there is the possibility of improvement of cardiac function, and the heart failure-related events can be prevented. So using the treatment early can have a very important effect. That's the first point. The other point is when we have an emergency. When we're facing an emergency, the patient is experiencing an acute episode. We've always said that when the patient is admitted, we have to look at a differential diagnosis of all different types of respiratory insufficiency. So electrocardiogram is necessary, radiography, oxygen saturation, echocardiogram, and this is very important. A diuretic can improve, for instance, the situation of pulmonary edema and other similar situations. There's been a lot of progress in cardiology today, and this in particular is important for patients who cannot be treated effectively with inotropic agents. And so we can use some devices. They have already been used in other areas of treatment of heart failure, and in patients with neuromuscular disorders, and in particular Duchenne and Becker's disease. They can have a very positive impact. And we carried out this test, this analysis on 12 patients. And you see here the use of this mechanical device. On the one hand, it has improved survival compared to patients treated only with inotropic agents, with the inotropes, and it improves life expectancy in general, and we're talking of 3 years here. Other devices that are used and increasingly be discussed in the area of cardiology because they have changed prognosis, and they have done a lot to change our attention to the treatment of arrhythmias, for instance, is the use of defibrillators. Here in this study, you see the different types that have been implanted, and it made it possible to achieve a real improvement in survival in some patients who had been included in the study. As mentioned before in the emergency treatment, it's also important to have the possibility and the availability of these emergency cars. They've made it possible to speed up the transmission of information on the type of pathology that the patient might be having, and they can do much to facilitate the treatment of the patient. And this is instead an aspect that isn't discussed very much, but it is very important because we have to consider the patient as a whole, obviously, and not only the heart. And looking at the study we showed before, we see that the main factors that have an impact on cause of death and should be taken into account when we carry out this risk stratification of the patient, and consider therefore the prevention and actions to be taken in the case of an emergency, are related to another aspect that is important, and that is nutrition, compliance, and psychosocial well-being. All of these factors have a real impact on the course of cardiovascular diseases. So, in conclusion, cardiovascular and respiratory emergencies are an important cause of morbidity and mortality of DMD and Becker patients. Preventions of the emergency are based on the cardiovascular characteristics of the patient, and treatment should be customized. We can have a very specific diagnosis to characterize this type of cardiomyopathy. It should be considered like all the others because it does have specific characteristics that have been studied and can also be characterized well in small centers. In the case of an emergency, cardiology and heart surgery can provide very advanced treatment that can improve survival and really change the course of these dramatic events that can be a threat for prognosis. And finally, communication and dissemination of the culture, understanding neuromuscular patients at a local level is very important, and the emergency card is crucial in that respect. Thank you.
Allora,
Well, we are describing the whole scenario so as to have a better idea of what it is like. Now we give the floor to Fabrizio Racca for the management of an emergency. We have seen what are the possibilities both in terms of prevention and true emergency. Now we get to the heart of the matter. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be speaking about the respiratory part, and then I will be briefly dealing with the use of this emergency card. As you know, patients with DMD also have a progressive reduction in the strength of respiratory muscles, and that is the case especially when they, after losing ambulation. Well, essentially, we have inspiration muscles being reduced, so there is an alveolar hypoventilation, and so there is an increase in carbon dioxide. And so there is a deficit in inspiratory muscles, but also the expiratory muscles are weak, so those that are used for coughing. So when there is an infection, where there is an increase in bronchial secretion, well, they may create the problem of eliminating the phlegm. So there are these mucus plugs that block the respiratory system, leading to a decrease in oxygenation. Well, initially, patients with DMD have a problem of increase in carbon dioxide just overnight, but as the disease progresses, this increase in carbon dioxide may happen also during daytime. However, the first respiratory sign may be linked to the fact that when they have a bronchitis or a flu, they are unable to expectorate, to eliminate the phlegm. So there are these plugs being formed, and therefore a reduction in oxygenation. This is the other possible respiratory presentation of the complications of Duchenne. So even though the respiratory complications together with the cardiac complications are the main cause for hospitalization for DMD patients, non-invasive mechanical ventilation and the cuff machine have improved the quality of life and the survival in this pathology. In most cases, in the chronic management, both in the chronic management and in the management of acute events, mechanical ventilation may be used in a non-invasive way, using a mask that you would put just on the nose or on the nose and mouth. Sometimes, however, that is not sufficient. In that case, you must switch to invasive ventilation. So in acute tracheostomy, as you see there, or in the chronic case, so tracheal intubation in the first case, and tracheostomy in the second, so if there is a chronic situation. So mechanical ventilation, be it invasive or non-invasive, whatever it is, it supports respiratory muscles and so reduces carbon dioxide. The other important device is the cuff machine. There you have first a positive and then a negative pressure on airway, so the difference of pressure between the mouth and the lungs of about 60 or 80 centimeters, and it is precisely what happens during coughing. This pressure difference increases the outflow of air, and this air that comes out so violently from the lungs eliminates the phlegm. This is the cough, the coughing, the natural coughing, but we can do the same with a cuff machine if the patient is unable to cough due to the weakness in his muscles. So patients with DMD must be immediately identified, because they must learn how to use these two machines, cuff machine and non-invasive ventilation. The exam helping us in deciding on the type of exam to be carried out is the spirometry that must be started at age 6. Initially it is normal, but when the spirometry goes under a given level that is between 50 and 30% of the predicted value, and then you must carry out more in-depth exams, polysomnography at night or night carbon dioxide, and if there is a clear impairment, the ventilator must be used also overnight. Well, that is important not only in chronic management, but also in acute management, because having at home the cuff machine, the ventilator, and the pulse oximetry also means giving him weapons to fight the possible acute complications and avoiding hospitalization. And even if he goes to hospital, well, giving the doctors who will treat the patient in hospital, they will have more weapons. This is the Bach protocol. Professor Bach has attended some of our meetings, and he had an extraordinary idea, because in the 90s, he described how to manage a patient at home, provided the patient has been pre-trained in the use of these machines. So when there is an infection of the airways and the patient has difficulties at breathing, if we increase the number of hours of ventilation, so we shift from night ventilation to 24-hour ventilation, and then we monitor saturation with pulse oximetry, and when the pressure goes down, we use the cuff machine and we intensify the use of the ventilator. Well, most of the times the patient can be treated at home without having to be hospitalized. So this is one of the old papers by Professor Bach, who back in 97 demonstrated that DMD, if treated with this protocol, did in fact reduce the number of hospitalizations if compared to boys of the same age, who were not following that protocol. Then, apart from the ventilation protocol, well, you have antibiotic being given early. So when saturation goes down, you have to give antibiotics, and then not using oxygen at home, because the use of oxygen at home may worsen the situation of carbon dioxide, and in fact, and it may hide problems. If there is this plug of phlegm, well, the saturation goes down immediately. If you give them oxygen, of course, the saturation stays high, so the patient is not ready to use the cuff machine. The plug stays there, and then the saturation goes down suddenly, and then you are unable to bring it up again. So it is oxygen is a twofold thing. So if possible, it should not be used in chronic situation. If used, it must always be used together with the ventilator. Never discontinue ventilation to administer oxygen. So patients must be taught how to add oxygen to the ventilator in the event of an acute event. And if you use oxygen together with ventilation, you would have to check CO2. Unfortunately, at home it is impossible to check the level of CO2. So the need to use oxygen together with ventilation is a limit. Whereby, well, we would suggest it's better for the patient to go to a hospital to better check CO2. What are the other criteria for sending a patient to hospital? Hospital admission, desaturation, when saturation doesn't go up despite a cuff machine and despite ventilation, where there is persistence of dyspnea despite the use of a ventilator, if there is consciousness level reduction. So the physician, even on the phone, must remember asking family members or the patient what's going on. But sometimes that is not sufficient. Sometimes it is sufficient, but that is not always the case. When the patient must be hospitalized, well, my advice would be the following. Do not send him in a general ward, low-grade pneumology or a pediatric medicine department. When the patient follow the protocol and the protocol has failed, when these patients reach hospital, they must have intensive care, at least sub-intensive care, where at least there is a physician present over the 24 hours, so able to intensify treatment if needed. And the cuff machine must be used in a very aggressive way. Either I use the Professor Bach protocol, so this worsening is due to the presence of phlegm. Other have spoken about other causes of respiratory failure, but they account for a minimal percentage. And anyhow, the diagnosis of these problems must be carried out in hospital. Fat embolism is a possibility, but they are rare, and usually they are linked to a fracture. They may be a pulmonary edema linked to some heart problem, but in most cases the problem is phlegm, pneumonia, bronchitis, telangiectasia. And so anyway, when the patient reaches hospital, the second most important thing is ECG, X-rays, so diagnostic approach to understand why the patient could not be managed at home following the protocol, and then the presence of family members. Unfortunately, in our hospitals, we don't have a sufficient ratio between nurse and patients. Even in intensive therapy, we cannot just give a patient a nurse, a dedicated nurse 24 hours a day, and we don't have respiratory physiotherapists who are there 24 hours a day. So family members must be able to use the cuff machine, readjusting the mask if needed. So they must sit inside the reanimation ward. So they are our main allies if we treat these patients, even in a ward for intensive therapy. In some cases, it is impossible to do that because in the first 24, 48 hours, there was a Portuguese paper describing the cuff machine to be applied every 10 minutes. So you must have a nurse standing there all the time. But if there is a caregiver, a relative or a professional caregiver, I mean, possibly not a professional, but even if he's not a member of the family, that is easier. So you learn to work together in intensive therapy, in hospital, nurses, physicians, and parents. Parents are there not only to give a psychological support, but they are there also to work on the patient. Of course, to do that, you must start early. You must carry out spirometry, identifying who are the patients who need this type of support, because this type of support will, well, in some cases will prevent hospitalization, but when there is an admission to hospital, this might help physicians to manage the patient better. Sometimes, despite all that, the non-invasive approach fails, and so it is necessary to intubate the patient. So we must put a tube in the trachea. And when this happens, you must not despair, because that is a provisional support. Of course, you must treat pneumonia, you must treat the bronchitis, you must treat the heart failure. If it is a fat embolism, you must wait for the emboli to dissolve. And then when the acute event is over, you must be able to take away the endotracheal tube in the correct way. And there again, Dr. Bach was very helpful, describing a second protocol, the extubation protocol. This is something that should be well known in intensive care, because the technique to be used is completely different from the techniques you would be using in other patients. So if you don't have an in-depth knowledge of this protocol, it is extremely difficult to wean the patient from the ventilator, and sometimes you have to use tracheostomy. So this protocol says that the cuff machine is to be used also in the intubated patient. You must reduce the level of oxygen, and when you go back to normal ventilation, and with the cuff machine you can solve all the reduction in oxygen, that is the moment when you can extubate the patient. And once you have done that, you go back to non-invasive ventilation, cuff machine. Emergency card. As my colleagues told you, The literature tells us that there is a problem when the patient needs support in an acute situation, and he cannot obtain that in his own referral center because he's on holidays or because the center is not so ready to manage the acute episode. They are excellent at working on the chronic problems, but not so much in an emergency. In that case, you must have ER physicians, reanimators, and of course these are physicians who see very few neuromuscular patients. I belong to this category. Normally we treat patients who have a number of other diseases, respiratory failure, heart failure, but deriving from other causes, different systems. We use non-invasive systems for other diseases, but if we are not following neuromuscular patients, we don't know even that the cuff machine exists because it's used only on neuromuscular patients. So 3 years ago, we started working on this project, this emergency card projects. We created this document that can be downloaded very easily from the website, from Parent Project website. When there is a little arrow, there you see the emergency card. If you click on the arrow, on the little arrow, you can download this emergency card, or at least the general part of the emergency card, specifying what are the problems of Duchenne in acute cases and how the complications are to be dealt with. Then there is a second part that cannot be downloaded from the site because that is personal. That is inside the Parent Project registry, and there you can find the data of the individual patient. It's all very summarized because they are meant for the emergency physician, the emergency doctor, and so it must be read in 5 minutes. The information about the patients, the referral center information, and it specifies whether the patient is allergic to some drug or substance, and then it describes the possible complications because there are some DMD that have heart failure and others haven't. There are patients who have respiratory failure, but they don't have heart failure. There are some other cases where both problems are present. So you must specify what are the problems of that individual patients with DMD. And in some cases, these patients have other pathologies. This is possible. So in this document also says, I don't know, if they have kidney calculi, kidney stones, and other hospitalizations. Has he ever been in intensive therapy due to respiratory problems or heart problems? These are just all this is important information. What drugs he's taking, if he's using invasive, non-invasive cuff machine or not, and also a few instrumental data. We have chosen 3 of them: saturation in ambient air, vital capacity measured with spirometry, and then the ECG, ejection fraction, presence or absence of ventricle dilation. These 4 pieces of information already give a picture of the patient, how's the patient doing when he's not undergoing an acute event. So that is very helpful for the emergency doctor. At present, and this, in a way, is the most difficult part of the work. In February, we loaded 152 personal emergency cards. It is a difficult work because it's not easy to find all the data, even though these are very few. But so I invite you all to help us to create more of them, and maybe next year we may have twice as many emergency cards on Parent Project Registry, because in my opinion this is really a turning point to better treat patients with DMD. Thank you.
Allora, sempre parlando di cuore.
Continuing on the heart, I'm going to tell you now about, we're going to have another presentation now. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Angelo Villano, and I work here in the Policlinico Gemelli of Rome. And I will discuss now this project for cardiorespiratory monitoring. Now, telemedicine can be carried out without the physical presence of physician and patient using interactive multimedia communication. And we've seen that there has been a shift from hospital to outpatient treatment to treatment provided locally. And this, of course, has been very much boosted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has made it necessary to rethink the organization of our national health system more up to date. And it was, from that point of view, a unique opportunity. What are the advantages with this distance provision of specialist care? It's very important in the case of fragile subjects who have difficulty in movement. It enables also digital interaction with feedback mechanisms on compliance with treatment and monitoring the care, and enables also national standardization of care for rare pathologies, for which generally a high level of specialized care is necessary. Now, cardiological assessment of patients with muscular dystrophy is penalized by the fact that there are a very small number of specialized clinical centers at a regional level and a small number of cardiologists who are trained specifically in the area, which means that it is difficult to manage the situation both from a logistic and also an economic and social point of view for people with muscular dystrophy. But we also know that the cardiologic follow-up of patients with muscular dystrophy influence both the prognosis and the quality of life in a very significant way. And therefore, this cardiological distance consultation, telecardiology, can be a very innovative and very fruitful approach in these patients. From April 1st, 2022 to end year 2022, the Roche Foundation funded this project for cardiological health at the center, distance cardiology, providing concrete support to Duchenne and Becker persons. People were included in the parent project register. They had to be over 16 years, non-ambulant, residents in Italy, and in contact with the association through the Duchenne centers. The consultation, a teleconsultation, lasted about 1 hour. The aim was to assess the cardiological documentation of the patient and also evaluate subsequent management. When the visit, the checkup was confirmed, the parents were asked to send in by email at least 3 days before recent ECG, blood pressure assessment. It had to be measured at least once, but more likely 3 times a day for at least to work, arterial saturation and heart rate using an oximeter. Also, a number of blood tests were requested, and they were easy to do in any local lab. The complete therapeutic protocol of the patient, full clinical documentation, discharge letters, previous cardiological visits, other documents that were considered to be useful, and of course any allergies or intolerance to drugs or other allergens, lactose, nickel, gluten, and so on. The patients were provided an email address or a telephone number to be able to communicate with the cardiologist, so that there could be information on treatment compliance, on any subsequent tests that may have been prescribed, and the cardiological monitoring. So what are the advantages of this continuous form of monitoring? Certainly, the chance for feedback is very important through email or WhatsApp, and early assessment of alterations in the health status of the patient was important, and of course, early intervention in the case, and prescription of diagnostic tests was very important. Another project was launched in May 2022 in the region of Sicily. The aim was monitoring in presence, and here it was consisted in a pilot project over 12 months in Sicily with specialist consultation in presence. Service was free of charge, cardiological and respiratory assessment. These were the two doctors you see, Dr. Vincenzo Manfred, Dr. Di Martino, supervised the first with Dr. Angelo Villano, Dr. Fabrizio Rocca supervised the second approach. 30 patients with DMD, BMD in the parent project register were included, over 16 years, residents in Sicily, and linked to the center. The families were given an appointment through the Duchenne Parent Project Center for cardiorespiratory assessment. In the days prior to that, updated exams and clinical tests were sent in. The day of the visit, an assessment was carried out, and the family was given the necessary instruments to carry out a nighttime respiratory function assessment. And the following day, the overall respiratory assessment was carried out. And based on the results, a management plan was developed along with the follow-up. And of course, all of this can be extremely important also for the emergency card. Thank you for your attention.
Allora, intanto grazie a...
Oh, thank you, Dr. Villano, for this very rapid description of this fantastic activity. And of course, it would be important to have the contribution of some families that have been able to take part in these consultation, this telemedical checkup and consultation would be very important. So if anyone has this experience and would like to share their opinion with us, that would be very useful. So now we're going to open up our question and answer session. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Pat Salon, who's here with us, because this session, as often, is really based on his inspiration, his input. And already thinking back in 1996-97, I was able to meet Jean-Marc. It was really a bright light in the Duchenne world, and who changed the way we understood the respiratory management in Duchenne, and also Dr. Bog, who contributed a lot. And thanks to the fact that we met them in the United States, we were able to invite them here to Italy, and our community, our Italian community, met them, and we started collaborating with them. So thank you, Pat. Thank you, and we'll continue to borrow from you. So are there any questions? Our president, I'm sure, would like to take the floor. Yes, thank you. A question to Dr. Angelo regarding the possibility of fat embolism following a fracture. Now, this could happen to anyone, or is that true? Or do people with muscular dystrophy have a greater susceptibility to this? And since the fractures are treated often in small hospital centers that may very well never have seen a Duchenne, a person with Duchenne before, perhaps the physician should be warned of the possibility of this occurrence, of this event? What do you say? Yes. I'm speaking as a non-orthopedic surgeon, but the fat embolism can happen in any case, young or old patients. As you've seen, there are many different causes, very diverse causes, but Duchenne dystrophy does predispose people to fractures for the reasons that I explained. Small centers could really benefit from information, from a warning of the fact that this sort of event might take place. There are a small number of signs that should be monitored, And they can, however, be very important and save the lives of people. However, very few data have been collected. There's only been one literature review for a total of about 15 cases. And most of these cases were treated successfully with the support that I described. But, of course, knowledge is always fundamental. The young boy we followed, who now is a man, had a fatty embolism in a small Sicilian hospital and was managed in an excellent way 12, 13 years ago. And this was most likely thanks to the knowledge of the anesthesiologist, because we were told that the anesthesiologist had some insight and done the right thing quickly.
Allora, diciamo che allora, innanzitutto è un evento.
Well, it's a rare event to start with, and it's an event that presents with relatively easy to diagnose radiological signs. You see the respiratory symptoms, an X-ray is done, you see that sort of diffuse alteration, that ground glass aspect that was described by doctor before. But even if a diagnosis is not made and the symptom alone is treated, usually the treatment will be successful, because there isn't a specific drug to be used. There's nothing that will specifically do away with this fatty embolism. What is needed is supportive treatment that can then lead to the fat melting, dispersing. But it's not a typical event in neuromuscular patients. It can happen to anyone. So perhaps general hospitals have an easier time handling this than handling an increase in the amount of catarrh in patients who cannot cough. And that is where you need an alert. And the emergency cars do so, and they also show the signs. But I wouldn't worry too much about the fatty embolism. All of the cases described by the doctor were treated successfully. The anesthesiology was done correctly. Even if they only address the symptom without making a diagnosis, this will be handled successfully. It's a common symptom. It's like treating pneumonia. So it's not all that dangerous for the Duchenne community. However, it's right that there be monitoring of this possibility. Yes, I would say that the anesthesiologists are quite used to handling this. Whereas in other aspects, either you know what it is, or if the patient isn't coughing and you don't use a cough machine, then you're left with intubation. But then extubation is going to be a problem. And to do so, you have to transfer the patient to an expert center. But what really matters is that the problem is known. If some things can happen, if intubation may be necessary, the family has to be explained, must understand why this is necessary. The patient can be transferred if that center does not know how to extubate the patient. And that's how patients can be treated successfully also in small centers where they haven't ever seen respiratory insufficiency in a Duchenne case. Here I'd like to show you some of the material that we prepared. This is the emergency card. And there's a USB memory stick can be used in emergency to make it possible to see these data. But we also thought of this sort of plastified sheet that can be stuck under the wheeling chair that can be useful. We also thought of using QR codes that would give access to an internet page. There are many different modes of access to the emergency card, and we're trying to broaden the access as much as possible, because in any emergency, the greater the pathways of access, the more the chance there is of people actually seeing the information. Tomorrow we'll have a specific parallel session on the emergency card. And anyone who may be interested, we'll be talking about how to fill it out in Optismania, and we have a physiotherapist with us. So tomorrow morning, we'll be giving information on this. Very good. Any other questions? I'm a mother, carrier. Mine is not so much a question as an expression of my gratitude to Dr. Villano and to telemedicine, because thanks to that, I am a carrier. I didn't have a reference cardiologist, but I took advantage of the telemedicine which my son used to, and I was helped very much by Dr. Villano, so I wanted to say thank you. And this has been a very useful approach. We thank the Roche Foundation too for their support, and hope we'll be able to continue with other projects in this area. Thank you. Any other questions? Good evening, Francesco Manfredi. I'm an orthopedist at the Giovanni 23rd Hospital in Bari, Puglia. So congratulations on everything that you're saying, Duchenne. I have a specialized ward in neuro orthopedics. So orthopedics dealing with issues linked to neuromuscular or neuromotor disorders. And I have often seen fractures, relatively often, fractures in Duchenne. So my question is to my colleagues, how is it worthwhile taking a Duchenne patient to the operatory theater with a fracture, or is a conservative treatment more worthwhile? Often when a child does not walk, having a fracture that is not well aligned, and we're not interested in a beautiful outcome as in terms of radiology, we're interested in the well-being of the child. And I had a good case, a double femur fracture. The child fell out of the wheelchair, treated with calciopirine. Calciopirine was used. It's generally not immediately with children. Under 14, 15 years of age, it's generally avoided. But this was a child with Duchenne, and it was given this immediately. Conservative treatment, and now the person is doing very well. But this was interesting because this person is not followed in Puglia, and I'm following on what was said by the mother beforehand. Not everything exists, but we do have emergencies that are taken to our center. And as I am a Paralympic physician, I sort of made contact with this boy, and he's now involved in Paralympic sport, and he sort of blesses the day he had the fracture. He's now a member of the national team of wheelchair soccer. And so not all fractures are bad news, to say that. But my question goes back to the balance that we need. We've understood that pathologies in the center are not the summation of all pathologies, but there's a sort of algorithm linked to cardiological, respiratory issues, and the fracture cannot be handled on its own, cared for on its own, as it would be normally. Because here we have an osteoporotic bone that is depleted, and even surgical fixation often does not lead to the result we want. So comments on this?
Mi sentite? Sì, ok, perfetto. Allora, noi abbiamo affrontato questo.
Well, as a moderator, not an expert, I'm an anesthesiologist. I can work as a pneumologist too, but certainly not an orthopedic specialist. Now, In 2022, we organized a consensus conference for an emergency card for neuromuscular diseases. We identified 13, including Becker and Duchenne. And there were 5 subjects that were addressed then, and one of these was orthopedic treatment, and we had 3 orthopedics people, traumatologists, 2 for adults, 1 a pediatric specialist. So this is what I remember. But more details can be obtained. We showed you a slide on this consensus conference, but you can find it published under my first name, Fabrizio Racca, and it was the consensus conference on emergency care in neuromuscular disease, published in 2022. You'll find it very easily on PanMed. It has just appeared there. So without being an orthopedics expert, this is what I remember. The traumatologists are specialized in this area distinguish 2 different categories of patients: those who walk and those who no longer ambulant. In the first case, they think that surgical fixation is very important, especially in a child. The use of synthetic material, very light synthetic devices may be useful. Don't ask me anything more specific. It's all in the document, which they wrote. But in the non-ambulant person, with the exception of a few fractures, a head of femur, if I recall correctly, and in the non-ambulant too, they speak of the importance of internal surgical fixation in that case. But other fractures can be treated with a cast. But why do they think that the fractures of the ambulant patient should be treated surgically? To reduce the period of time during which the person is immobilized, and to enable the quickest possible return to ambulation, although this is not always sufficient, and a fracture is an event that can lead to a loss of ambulation. But we know how important it is that this loss be avoided as much as possible, also looking at scoliosis, which is more frequent and more severe in patients who lose ambulation earlier. And we have data on the use of cortisone, and we saw that increasing ambulation, increasing the force of paramuscular vertebra, we've had a reduction in the frequency of cases of scoliosis in Duchenne. So it would appear to be important. And here I'm referring what our traumatologist colleagues said. It would be important. It is important to treat the patient is still ambulant with neuromuscular disorders surgically in the case of fracture. That's as far as I can go from a technical point of view. You know that anesthesiologists aren't known for their technical competence in orthopedics. But you will find in that article I suggested all of the reference material that they use to issue this sort of recommendation. Well, thank you. Not bad for an anesthesiologist. Anna Ambrosini, I'd like to invite her to take the mic. One mic has disappeared, another is on its way. I'll be very quick. I thought this was the right time to announce that on February 28th, we will have a telethon call dedicated to neuromuscular studies. Last year it was specific for Duchenne's. This year will be on the issues of adult persons to address those unresolved situations or areas where there's a greater amount of uncertainty, and there still are very many, both for Duchenne's and other neuromuscular dystrophies. And some of these issues are across the board. And among these, we want to understand the disease better and provide information for clinical trials on adults, which we hope will be on their way. and to have guidelines to understand what actions should be undertaken to prevent the occurrence of emergencies, of acute episodes, reduce the risk, and promote the development of a network at a national level, as has been done for neurology. We would like to see the same sort of approach to facilitate the interaction with the other specialists. Some of them are already on board with us, but if we could really spread this widely across the entire country, it would be very important. So please help us stimulate your clinicians, help us identify research projects that can delve more deeply into these matters in a rigorous way, as research projects should, but we know what important benefits this can have for patients. So good luck to all of you.
Credo che
Thank you, and I think that we can thank our panel and once again stress the importance of the emergency cards. We can thank the Nikolov Foundation as well that gave us the opportunity to really have a rigorous approach to this. And at this point, I would like to, before dinner, I would like to announce the award giving. But we also have some questions. We received some questions on WhatsApp, but we promise that we will be answering these questions WhatsApp carefully in time. But now we're going to proceed with the award giving to the posters.
Il portafoglio di Luca è bello. Vabbè,
Buonasera a tutti, eccoci di nuovo. Questo è un momento.
So here we are again. This is a time that is always deeply felt by us all. We must thank the young researchers who have sent us their papers, and of course they are the first ones to know how relevant this moment is. We have received 22 posters and 22, and then the relevant papers, basically written in, easily spread language, so the researchers can move away from their lab and think of conveying their message in a simple way that is truly accessible to all. So, these papers were all very good, certainly better than the ones of last year and even of the year before. So next year we expect them to be even better than this year. So we have really gone through all these papers that took us a long time. Professor Lorenzo Puri, who is a member of the committee, considering, of course, all these papers, and also Silvia Bencivelli from radio and TV networks. She was also a member of the committee. Francesca Ceradini, many of you know her. Unfortunately, she has a bad flu, so she apologizes for not being here, but she actually joins us in conveying the message that I have tried to convey before. So basically encouraging all researchers to keep being a part of this all. And of course, Lorenzo Puri, you know him very well from the San Diego University, but he was first at the Santa Lucia Foundation here in Rome. Actually, he will now come to the podium and tell you about his experience as a jury member, so to speak. And then, of course, the award ceremony will follow. Now, I would like to stress that unfortunately only one person will be awarded, but we'll also show you the papers that have been, at least for us, the best ones, the most, the easiest to be understood. Lorenzo. Well, good evening, everybody. Well, that was quite an experience, as Gloria has said, a very positive one, by the way. I'll be brief, hopefully, mainly saying two things about that experience. First of all, on a personal basis, I'd like to say that after 15 years, that is 2 scientific generations, basically, now people have learned how to communicate. They are much better than we were, which is a giant leap forward, because I can very well remember how hard it was for us to talk to you about, the data collected, possibly not as though we were communicating them to our own colleagues. So that certainly also speaks for the achievements, the goals achieved by Parent Project. I mean, I remember back then the main worry was to try and find the best possible words to convey our message. Words that could reach out to the minds of those who are not into science. But actually, I believe there's another aspect that is even more important than that. I've also thought that generations should be connected by a common thread. And this is something that just one single researcher will not, come up with. I mean, will not solve, not even in his or her all professional lifespan. It takes several generations. So I would certainly like, this pathway not to stop in a way, this journey not to stop. Actually, for some conditions, fashion may often apply, but this kind of condition needs a constant attention, and actually the new generation is supposed to do better than the previous one. Why am I saying this when we are here talking about such particularly dissemination-oriented papers? Because it is incumbent, I believe, we should convey this message to the new generations, namely what can truly make a difference in this field, i.e. the possibility, the ability to be there, to be involved on a personal basis rather than a professional one. And for that, the tool number one is actually communication. So by reading these papers, I have found this, and I was truly impressed. Actually, at 25 or 26 years old, these people are ready to engage in this journey. Well, of course, for those of us who deal with muscular dystrophies, the emotional part is something that is very familiar. You know that your work is not, career-oriented. Rather, you want to move on with something that you've been working at for decades, and that will take more decades to come for it to be, completed, so to speak. So I'm very happy to see that the new generations are out there ready to accomplish this mission. So they will be very great. They will be great scientists precisely because they know that they can communicate and they know what to say. So we might want to give a big hand to them. I'd also like to congratulate actually all those who have written down these papers. And now Silvia. Thank you, Lorenzo and Gloria. Hi, everybody. Sorry for not being there in presence. I wish to join the previous speakers in congratulating the authors. We almost had to fight, because we really wanted to award as many as 12 authors with our prizes. Anyway, that was not the case, of course, but we know that if a researcher learns how to convey his or her message, well, then he or she will be also better at carrying out that research, because they will know what is the purpose of that research, what it is aimed at. And
sulla la comunicazione sostanzialmente mantenendosi su un
So the language in these papers is, of course, properly scientific, but it was made simpler. And by the way, making it simple does not mean being simplistic, simple but not simplistic. So we don't have to make things simplistic, but to make them simple for all, publics, so to speak, to understand that. And some of these papers also had the form of interviews, for example, and other ones were based on narrations. I don't know, stripes were used or fairy tales, and maybe these papers were probably the ones that could best fit the public we had in mind, namely young people. And, whenever a story is built, you need to find a leading character who may find the solution to a given problem. Well, among such leading figures, we have both found scientists and other figures. I will not, spoil the surprise to you, but in any case, independently of the choices that were made, the results have all been very good. Of course, consistency has also been appreciated. Within the framework of a narration, all characters were supposed to be fully coordinated. And then, as Lorenzo has said, the empathy side was to be highlighted. So the author of that paper, or whatever you want to call it, should have, that was what we were looking for, should have put himself or herself into the interlocutor's shoes. So that was obvious in many of such papers. The authors, many of them at least, had asked themselves precisely this question, and therefore came up with the right message from all possible points of view. So we had to fight. actually, because we could not find an agreement on finding one paper that could both serve the scientific and the emotional purposes. Sometimes we need to find a proper balance between these two sides, but we knew, considering what we were looking for, that the emotional side was to be stressed, was to be highlighted. So, having said that, we would definitely like to congratulate all the researchers on their work. This is what I do, for a living, and therefore I know how hard it can be, but you've improved a lot. Maybe it was COVID-19, because during that time scientists have learned the lesson of how to properly convey the message to as many people as possible. So that could have been why. But once again, I'm very happy because I feel like science is finally leaving, labs and moving out to where the people are. Although, of course, that has nothing to do with the scientific part that is also underlined. So thank you very much, Silvia. A big hand for you.
Allora, siccome la cena si avvicina e so che siete affamati e stanchi.
So, I can see you're hungry and tired, therefore we want to say who the winner is. Actually, it's a woman winner, and we are going to show you her work, but then other papers will also be shown, because once again, let me stress how difficult it has been for us to choose. So the winner is Caterina Boccia.
Che invito a salire sul palco.
Come to the podium, Caterina.
Caterina, non essere timida. È una dottoranda al secondo anno.
Don't be shy, don't be shy. So you are a PhD student from the Sapienza University in Rome. You work with Professor Antonio Musarò, actually a friend of ours.
Prego, complimenti.
Grazie mille.
Bellissimo, complimenti.
Grazie.
È stato un vero piacere.
Grazie mille. Non so se
vuoi dire qualcosa.
Adesso c'ha i suoi 2 minuti di gloria e se li gioca tutti. Vai.
No.
I'd like to thank Andrea Almada, who worked with me, and he contributed a lot to this, so the applause should go to him as well. And this was really a special experience for us. It's the first time for us, and I think it's really important to continue to work better with more determination, because scientific research, basic research, was important for us to understand this disease better, and to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're communicating about it. So this is a great motivation for us, and we continue with greater determination in the future.
L'elaborato di Caterina è questo.
As you see here, Caterina's work, we hope to be able to show it on our site, but it's a wonderful strip here. It's just wonderful.
Allora, adesso però vogliamo, vorrei chiamarli tutti, no, li chiamiamo in ordine alfabetico.
Now we'll call them out in alphabetical order.
Questi che nominiamo sono tra i migliori.
And these are some of the very best works. We wanted. It's not a ranking. We don't want ranking. So we're using alphabetical order. They were all really good. So I hope that they're here now. I walked around the posters and I sort of said to some people, I hope you remember to be here this afternoon, but I had to keep it vague. And so now I'm reading out the names.
Dovremmo vedere l'elaborato di Enrica.
This is Enrica's work. Another comic strip with another superhero and a very positive message. To be continued, we really liked. Well done.
Grazie. Poi voglio chiamare Francesca
Cumbo. You all know her very well.
Francesca, sì. Lo dovremmo vedere anche quello di Francesca.
And here's Francesca's work.
Quello estremamente chiaro, efficace.
Very clear, very effective, very simple, but not simplistic, as we said.
Poi, punto.
And you'll have the chance to see all of this much more in detail, calmly. They certainly deserve it. And here, this is another important case, an interview on prenatal diagnosis. And here, the language used was very direct, very simple, very clear. Maria Caparné.
Ha ragione, Lorenzo Puri bacchetta e mi ha detto che ho sbagliato l'ordine alfabetico. E quindi Federica
Esposito. Very well written text, and we liked it very much. We liked the fable that is told here. Excellent starting point, and it was hard to choose. Many people in the jury liked this one, so a great launchpad for the future.
Non c'è. Vogliamo nominare, ma sappiamo che è dovuta andare via, Marta Morotti.
We know that Marta Morotti of the University of Rome had to leave, so she couldn't be here. I don't know if there are any colleagues here, no. But we wanted to really express our appreciation for a very original video. And Raffaella Quarta of Anna Maria De Luca's group of the University of Bari is here. And they always send in extraordinary work. And we really like the video. Definitely worth watching. Once at a time in a little town, there was a bridge called SP1, and then there was another one. And all of its bricks were held together with a histokine mortar. Now, the other bridge was built without the histokine. And every day it became less stable. Now, the bricks that formed the bridge had a very important task. And it seemed that without the histokine cement, they didn't know what to do. The people who lived in the village wanted to understand what was happening. And so they called an investigator, two different detectives, young detectives, who decided to explore the difference between the new bridge and the old bridge. And one of them looked at the quality and quantity of the bricks of the new bridge, and the other one, and he found that SC4 and the different bricks were lighter than the SP1 bridge, in the SP1 compared to the other bridge, whereas other little bricks were heavier. And there also was one odd brick there. Mr. Pat Clamp instead studied 6 bricks and wanted to see if they could conduct electric power, which would light the the lights on the bridge measuring the ionic current. And he saw that in the SP1 bridge there was a softer light, not as bright as the other bridge. And this made it difficult, dangerous to cross the bridge. And therefore, the investigators discovered that owing to the lack of the histokine cement, the quality of the little bricks was altered, and that was the reason for the instability of the SP1 bridge. The investigators, however, decided that they would go deeper in their investigation to try to understand if the SP1 bridge could be fixed. And the case is open.
Così, questo era un esempio, quindi pensate.
That's just an example, so you can imagine how much time we talked about these different works. So this year the production was really exceptional. Federica Trucco is here, I hope. No, she isn't. Anyway, well done. We'll tell her later that she was singled out. So thank you all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, all of you, for your wonderful work. And congratulations once again to Caterina Boccia. One of our colleagues in the staff has the same name. But thank you for that. And at 8:30, we will meet together for dinner. And remember to wear your masks, because this is Carnival. And so we have to come with our disguises, our masks. See you later.
Mascherati, io ce l'ho la maschera.